Hey guys, tonight we're wandering the banks of the Nile. As the sun bleeds into twilight, your sandals squelching in river silt, turned to wet velvet by evening dew. You probably won't survive sharpening your grandmother's gardening shears, let alone navigating ancient Nubia's aloe groves. But here we are, so before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time. I heard someone's tuning in from Reykjavik at 3 am absolute legend. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Nile exhales against your ankles, cold kiss through leather straps. Damp earth sucks at your heels, yearning to pull you deeper into this violet dusk. Across the water, where the sky bruises purple acacia trees, stand like broken harp strings. Your toes curl, papyrus reeds rustling their dry, gossip a stone's throw left. 21st century sweat prickles your neck, and the ghost of King Nastason's perfume cedar and myrrh drifts from some unseen barge. Historians still argue whether Nubian gardeners wore linen or leopard pelts, though frankly, fashion debates feel trivial when a hippo's yawn echoes 30 feet downstream. Aloe waits ahead, spines catching the last tangerine flickers of sun. You count 17 plants, digestive aids turned wartime salves under Kushite queens. Each leaf pricks upward defiant as the obelisks at Meroë. Your shadow stretches long, waist deep in the river, and you imagine crocodiles mistaking it for supper. Sarcasm's cheap, sure. But let's not pretend your bug spray works against royal curses from 2,000 years back. The mud gurgles, a hungry sound, as you step onto higher ground. Twilight's sly like that, hiding scorpions under apricot-colored sands. You kneel, ignoring a pebble digging into your kneecap, and trace the aloe's jagged silhouette. It glimmers, edges frosted with geological patience. Mainstream textbooks love calling Nubia Egypt's southern neighbor, as if they were arguing over hedges. But trade scrolls prove aloe shipments sailed north as tribute. Each spine here remembers pharaohs gulping its bitter gel for immortality. A dubious plan, considering they're all still dead. Damp air thickens, carrying incense from some night ritual upriver. Your nail catches on a leaf's ridge, startlingly cold, like touching a spear in a museum case. 30 generations of gardeners whispered to these plants pleas for rain, or love, or abscess relief. Quirky fact, one Meroë recipe insisted aloe mixed with honey, and crocodile-dung cured baldness. Doubtful, yet here you are, follicles intact, breathing slow, to avoid smelling 8 centuries of livestock manure caked in the soil. Behind you, the Nile whispers today's gossip, merchant boats swapping iron for incense. Your thumb rubs a bead of sap, the gel sticky, resigned. Silent caravan, roots flutter in your periphery, ghost camels loaded with aloe stalks. You smile, that modern urge to check your phone, but your pockets blessedly empty. Stars blink awake. 7 bright, 8 no, just 7, before clouds smudge them. A bat swoops, wingtips grazing your ear as darkness pools around your ankles. The first firefly blinks, mocking your human clumsiness. You stand, knees popping like desert acacia pods, to survey the garden. If you squint, it almost resembles your aunt's neglected succulent pot back in Arizona, just scaled for deities. Historians still argue, pointlessly, where Nubia's borders dissolved. But borders waver too, like mirages, when aloe sap glues your fingers together. Cool sand trickles into your sandals. Gritty reality check. You should head back before mosquitoes mistake you for an offering. Still, you snap one leaf, clean, feeling like a thief. Milky resin beads, heavy apology or accusation. Somewhere lions roar, or maybe donkeys protest midnight barn chores. The wind lifts your hair, smuggling whispers from Meroë's fallen stones. Your foot sinks, ankle deep, into history's wet grasp, and for 3 breaths, you let it. The Milky Way wheels tired, but inevitable, overhead. Aloe leaves cast moon shadows like arrowheads on the sand. A fish jumps, belly flashing silver, some nerds' trivia about Nile perch digestion. Your arms prickle, too much night, not enough sunscreen or ancestral judgment. Either way, the garden sighs, releasing cinnamon remnants of your intrusion. Your toes wriggle, freeing themselves from mud made by civilization's dismantling underfoot. Water laps, oblivious, against the bank. 17 aloe plants resume their slow watch, waiting for daylight or hot wind or your inevitable retreat. Distant laughter, drunken Roman soldiers or teenagers with smuggled beer echoes over black waves. You toss a pebble, hitting liquid darkness, and turn south toward home, where torchlight flickers like uncertain promises. Tomorrow, perhaps, you'll return with better tools. Or dignity. Probably neither. Time collapses as it does, when stepping over roots grown around ancient bones. The Nile yawns a board guard and swallows your reflection whole. Aloe remembers, even if you don't, every tear spilled here. You walk, half blind, guided by fireflies impersonating forgotten stars. Snake, probably a vine, shadows thicken, gulping the path hole. Mud dries on your heel, flaking like old paint, like shed skin. The night swallows your no. Of course it doesn't. You survived, mostly, this hour tending green knives glinting under Nubia's ghost moon. Maple syrup alcohol, last week's mistake, lingers on your tongue sour, counterpoint to aloe's gel bitter kiss. And somehow, against reason, you crave the Nile's wet exhale already. Your fingers graze the aloe's flank, cool and ridged under dusk's fading warmth. Like touching a Nile crocodile's back, if crocs napped in botanical gardens instead of riverbanks. Night insects rev up their tiny engines, a warning against hasty moves. You freeze, palms hovering, as if negotiating with some scaled emperor of the mud. That ridge pattern isn't random. Each bump follows river delta logic. Same blueprint Egypt's olden kings used for irrigation canals. Historians still argue whether pharaohs stole those designs from Nubian well diggers. Your nail traces a groove deeper than expected, collecting decades of dust. Gardeners 300 years back might have touched this exact spot, their sweat long baked into the soil. A breeze carries whispers of rogue palm pollen, tickling your nostrils. You fight a sneeze. Plants don't respect accidental explosions. Your thumb finds a scar where some beetle feasted, nature's tax collector, taking its cut. Lean closer, catch that earthy scent veiled under green, faint whiff of sun-baked mud bricks. They mixed those bricks with Nile clay, and occasionally, legend claims, crocodile-dung for waterproofing. First lesson surfaces, sheer logistics. Gloves stay tucked in your belt, skin contacts mandatory here. That initial touch reveals more than eyes ever could. Soft spots, hidden tension, life force humming below the surface. You apply pressure, featherlight, to test resilience. Aloe flesh yields, barely like memory foam from the old dynasty's finest beds. A mosquito drones near your ear, drawn by your sweat's salt song. You ignore it, letting the bug sip its microscopic cocktail. Your focus stays rooted to the plant's breathing rhythm, that slow pulse beneath waxy skin. Water scarcity taught Nubian aloes stillness, yet their cores hold liquid enough to drown a desert mouse. Your knuckle brushes a spine, razor-edged reminder of who's in charge here. Retreat, recon, adjust angle of approach. Soil shifts beneath your toes, still damp from the evening's water offering. You recall Nile farmers by moonlight chanting as they redirected channels, shin-deep in sacred sludge. Their ghosts linger tonight, not hostile, just observant. 3 fireflies flicker into existence, green specks orbiting the aloe's crown, temporary constellations guiding your inspection. Your pinky detects a tender spot, discolored flesh hinting at sunburn's aftermath. Treatment options flicker through your mind, shade cloth, strategic leaf rotation. Historians found scrolls debating ancient plant triage, scribbles in margins arguing sunburn was Ra's divine punishment. Wind gusts, blowing sand against the aloe's lower leaves. Automatic response kicks in, your body curving to shield the plant. Spine meets spine, yours just flesh and wishful posture. Dust coats your lashes, blurring vision into impressionist art. You blink furiously, catching glimpses of that crocodile scale texture, now dusted like museum artifacts. The merchant's warning echoes. They bite if squeezed wrong. Pressure points matter, palm cradling base, fingers spread wide to distribute weight. Lift fractionally, testing root resistance. Stubborn cling to earth, drama queens of the desert flora. You murmur reassurance, toneless vowels, because plants respond to vibration, not poetry. Moonlight bleeds across the garden now, silvering your wrists as they flex. That beetle-chewed scar glows strangely, like phosphorescent mold found in pyramid crypts. You saw photos once, researchers debating if it was ceremonial graffiti or accidental algae. Either way, it thrived where breath faltered. Your shadow stretches, twinning with the aloe's spiked silhouette against mud brick walls. Symbiotic pantomime, too absurd for hieroglyphics. Stomach growls dinner delayed by this vegetative courtship. You imagine explaining your hunger to puritanical temple gardeners. The aloe demanded attention. Priestess, I couldn't just. Muscles protest. As you kneel, knees meeting soil, still radiating daytime heat. You've become part of the irrigation cycle. Perspiration, dripping where Nile water can't reach. One finger traces the leaf's midline spinal cord of this photosynthetic beast. Medical scrolls from Alexandria praised aloe's inner gel, called it the green blood of earth gods. Sound flutters owl, nightjar, not important. What matters is the faint click as leaf separates from leaf, dried sap, cracking its knuckles, air pockets releasing ancient sighs. You smell it then, that tart fragrance, part lemon peel, part tomb air. Proper Nubian aloe, they say, smelled of thunderstorm ozone before the Roman conquest altered the soil. Movement registers, a millipede spiraling up the clay pot side. 1,000 legs moving in eerie sync, like oarsmen on some miniature war galley. You let it climb, knowing its mission to devour mold outweighs your comfort. Balance requires all players, even the creepy ones. Pulse slows now, syncing with the garden's dreamtime rhythm. That first touch was reconnaissance. This is occupation. Your hands memorize territory, safe zones, and danger ridges. Aloe taxonomy scrolls through your mind. Barbadensis, arborescens vera. This one's pedigree lost to time, some Meroë dynasty relic. Clouds swallow stars, dousing moonlight. Fingers work blind now, trusting tactile maps, oversight. Edge of a spine pricks your thumb, pinprick baptism. Blood beads dark against dark skin. You let it mingle with aloe dust, unofficial contract sealed. Distant jackal cry fractures the silence. Plant tenses beneath your hands, or is that imagination? You withdraw, mission complete for now. Palm lingers, last communion, before standing creakily. The night insects pause, as if saluting your retreat. Knees sink deeper, coolness rising through soil's crust. Little rain left cracks like old pottery. Each fracture tells its own story. You trace one with a twig lost delivery routes. Failed monsoons, grudges written in dust. 6 months back, floods receded, leaving this baked braille behind. Historians found proof. Nubians moved entire canals when the earth cracked like this, wiser than those rigid Egyptians upstream. Your jug lowers, clay kisses ground, tilting slow as a wine steward's pour. Water spiders outward hesitant, cracks drinking greedier than leaf roots. 10 heartbeats pass before moisture even darkens the deepest slice. They do this back, then 2, offering water to gods before plants. Archaeology proved pharaohs' gardeners drowned honey cakes for Sobek rite in the fields. That hot breeze again, lifting sand into mini tornadoes across the plot. Little whirlwinds collapse exhausted against aloe trunks. Your left sandal sticks where waters seeped underfoot. Old trick to test irrigation. Pull free with wet, slurping protest. A gardener's footprint, fossilized here, might outlast bronze statues. Mud conserves better than king's gold. Fingers probe where soil meets root collar. Surprise sponginess beneath the crust. Some secret moisture surviving, pillaged nightly by thirsty roots. Spadeful from March's single downpour. Expert diggers once layered date palm fibers, underground living sponges, hoarding monsoon gifts. Dig 10 feet down near Meroë. Still find those woven mats, intact, weirdly fuzzy, after 2,000 years. More water now controlled arcs, no childlike splashing. Aloe sulks till liquid hits its sweet spot, 4 knuckles deep. Grid method works best guard against wasteful puddling. Historians still argue whether those geometric fields were prayer formations or just smart farming. Your watering forms crooked diamonds, tribute to someone's forgotten geometry. Exam flunk. Shipwreck beetles emerge, summoned by wetness, scrambling toward your pitcher's shadow. Back off. 6-legged pirates, the first drinks for drought survivors. Their iridescent shells shimmer like oil on pavement, distracting enough you miss an overpour. Sand drinks your error. Aloe scolds silently. One particular crack runs deeper, north-south fault line mocking your efforts. Last monsoon's memory etched here, when flash floods birthed instant rivers. Aloe roots strain sideways, avoiding the dead zone under this ravine. Salt buildup, poisoned by some burial urn. Nightmare of every ancient gardener, salted earth cursing generations. Libation speed matters, glugging insults the soil. Your trickle mimics temple wine offerings, thick syrup over altar stones, 14 seconds per cup's worth, count measured by firefly pulses. Trade caravans carried aloe pups in wine flasks, sloshed till they fermented. Death perfume apparently drove off bandits better than spears. Left heel grinds into mud, feeling worm squirms below. Battle with thirst never ends here. You're just tonight's mercenary. Desert loam compresses underfoot, refusing comfort. Scholars found sandals preserved in tombs, soles worn thinner than hope, dust caked over blood blisters. Spot a pebble stuck mid-crack, quartz flecked with idiot glitter. Wages of breaking ground, stones ruining fingernails forever. Pry it loose, toss toward the wall, purposeful clatter scorpions off maybe. Distant lizards freeze, judging your vandalism. Mud's cold now, leaching into kneecaps. Still, you stay planted, watching water wick sideways like whispers. 23rd pour adjusts. For slope, never trust flat-looking dirt. Damag grass made early farmers crazy, choking channels faster than they could dig. Scrolls rage about it. 12-year-old apprentice whines, smacking through clay tablets. Palm brushes dirt off a lower leaf, gritty resistance followed by waxy slide. Filth layers flake off, revealing blue-green skin. aloe approved by doctors, priests, and Roman beauticians who stirred it in donkey milk baths. Dirty secret. Only Nubian royalty knew the proper stirring direction clockwise invited Cleopatra's, ghost counterclockwise repelled scorpions. 3/4 done, jug's weight shifts from burden to trophy. Arm trembles anyway, keeping pour steady as a ritual dancer's arm. Someone's ghost approves, or just the breeze tilting your elbow. Either works, hydration's holy either way. Final drops hover at the jug's rim, teasing. Tip further, suspended defiance. Then plop. You watch the coin-sized wet spot fade. Farmers swore the last sip held magic, strengthened roots against sandstorms. Provable? No. Still, you lick residual dampness off your wrist. Salty metallic, option kept alive. Standing stretches stiff calves, bones crackling like termite-chewed wood. Torchlight flickers beyond the garden wall, some insomniac priest checking star charts. Your aloe glistens, temporarily satisfied. Soil's cracks still gape, but softer now, a grandmother's smile lines after good gossip. Tomorrow's heat will erase this work by noon. No matter, duty's cycle outlasts regrets. You shake damp soil from your hem, grit clinging as proof. Sleep calls, pottery shard underfoot bites. Final reminder, earth wins all arguments. Sticky resin coats your fingertips, impossible to shake. This plant's ancient defense against careless hands. You rub thumb against forefinger, gumminess, holding memories of caravans. Those sun-baked merchants hauling aloe west toward Alexandria. Their camels groaned under green cargo, precious as lapis lazuli. 10 pots bought 1 Arabian stallion back then. A smear across your wrist catches lamplight, amber gold, just like Meroë's tomb jewels. Dig sites proved aloe traveled farther than kings. Nubian resin found in Celtic chieftains' graves. How many hands tended this plant's ancestors? Ghosts lean close when you wipe sap on your hip, approval warming your spine like midday sun. The knife nicks a leaf, slow, milky blood wells where edge meets flesh. Traders called this desert gold, sold by the drop to Greek physicians. That sting in your eyes isn't sap smoke, just yesterday's dust, obviously. Farm ledgers show caravans carried 12 pounds per camel, dried to bitter bricks for Roman gut doctors. Your pinky swipes the ooze, instinct against waste. Salty bitterness lingers under sweet rot. Crushed aloe, fermented during desert crossings, turning jugs into stink bombs no thief would touch. Bandits supposedly gagged 3 miles off. Proof stench beats swords every time. More careful slices cord the leaf like gutting a fish. Gently, this isn't butcher's work. Milky sap thickens as air hits it, coagulating into rubbery threads. You stretch one between 2 sticks, golden bowstring, humming in the breeze. Same tensile strength as old war bows. Historians still argue whether traders drank this sap for pain or just hawked it to gullible nobles. Your own blister protests, resin pressed onto raw skin, cool relief proves nothing. Merchants lied about stranger things, scorpion venom cures, moon turnip love potions, the usual. Sap pools in your clay dish, thickening toward honey. Antique prescription pads float through your head. Senenmut's medical texts say 7 drops cure colic, 20 kill a lion. You drip 9 onto a rag, middle ground cowardice. Cleopatra's ghost sighs somewhere. Night wind carries, whispers, forced laughter from traitor camps, long dead, but still bartering. You catch phrases, half dinar per cutting, prime Meroë stock. None better. This plant's lineage crossed deserts before camels wore bells, mutated through 60 generations of greed. Goat hair brushes smear resin onto, cuts your palm's broken skin, drinks it first. Roman soldiers preferred it to wine for wounds, stung less than vinegar. Their ghosts nod, armor creaking, when you daub ankle scrapes earned kneeling on temple stairs. Harvested strips dry on reed mats, geometric like jewelry displays, precision honoring the plant's sacrifice. You arrange them as the great market required, tips aligned north, to please Khnum the ram god. No exceptions, not even for drunk caravan masters short on coin. That resin sheen thick as Nile mud catches torchlight like polished onyx. Pharaohs' perfumers whipped it into lotus-scented unguents, 1 jar costing a farmer's annual lentils. Your own dab behind the ear stays unscented. No point luring sand fleets to dinner. Sticky thumbprint on your knee. You flick the sap toward a pot miss. It ribbons into darkness, a comet trail lost between worlds. Traders spat on their first piece, sold each day superstitious slop for luck against highway robbers. Wiping the blade clean takes 5 passes. Sap fights steel like a cornered asp. One merchant's diary cursed this chore, blamed dull knives for his bankruptcy. Easy excuse. His real mistake was betting against Ethiopian aloe in the Antioch markets. Resin hardens by minute 47, palpable shift, warm plasticity, turning glassy under stars. You snap a dried thread, clean break, worthy of Meroë's royal vaults. Night guards outside sneeze, pollen or curses. Either fits this hour's weirdness. Leftover scraps go in the dye pot. Aloe boiled linen dyes crimson faster. Secret known only to Nubian weavers, they guarded it tighter than pyramid blueprints. Experts found traces in King Nastason's robes. His mummy clung to fading red threads after 3 millennia. You inhale resin smoke from the brazier caustic sweetness, burning nostril hairs. Temple records claim priests, hallucinated ancestor voices breathing this funk, probably just moldy grain rations. Still, your dead grandparents might appreciate the gesture, or mock your gullibility. 3 droplets fall, unplanned, landing on terracotta shards, arranged as an altar. Early traders made these offerings, begging safe passage past Nile crocodile cults. Archaeologists found similar tokens near the 4th cataract, each hardened sap bead whispering panic. Blunt needle threads sinew through dried strips, future poultices rolled tight for travel. Your stitchwork mirrors desert quilts, crisscross patterns confusing evil spirits. Maybe that's why caravans survived. Demons got bored counting zigzags under moonlight. Last scrape of the dish, finger cleaning, gritty resin grit between teeth now. No one mentioned that part in medicinal scrolls. Senenmut skipped the tastes like despair footnote. Spitting discreetly honors those who spat first. Unkind thoughts about long-dead doctors optional. Lid seals the harvest jar, final thud echoing across silent gardens. A camel bell tinkles in your memory, loss dangling from some beast's neck in a forgotten canyon. Sleep beckons, but your sticky hands cling to tonight's work. Proof something survived the centuries intact. Torch glow still dances on your sticky palms, drying to varnish under Meroë's first stars. You tilt your head back, neck protesting, toward those desert-dusted pinpricks. Lamps flicker like drunk. Fireflies beyond the garden wall, pyramid shadows stretching toward you, blacker than a priest's linen robe. Counting stars feels necessary tonight. 1, 2, 3. Your finger jabs at nothing. Historians mapped 7 sacred stars over Nubia, Isis's belt guides for traders and tomb builders. You spot only 6. Squint, recount. 7. Precision matters when tracing old sky paths. Mess up, and Khonsu, the moon god, might sneeze comets at your aloe beds. Cool air leaks off the Nile, slithering past your ankles with swampy breath. Those brick heaps west of here, our so-called pyramids, stand 200 strong. Most no taller than 3 palms stacked, pocket-sized ego tombs for forgotten queens. Archaeologists found lion statues inside, Futha gold leaf still clinging to stone monets. Your 4th star count wobbles 8. Fat chance. 1 speck winks, likely just the governor's new airship beacon. Ancient astronomers would have thrown their copper sextants at such cheating. You carve imaginary coordinates in the dirt, predicting Sirius's rise, a game for bored timekeepers. Moonlight bleaches the aloe rose into bone silver, stark against terracotta pots. That half-collapsed pyramid due north once held Queen Amenishikito, 6 pounds of gold on her mummy alone. Grave robbers missed her necklace, hidden in a bread jar, soot still kissing its garnets. Historians still argue whether these pyramids faced stars for worship or just showed off royal wealth. Your calloused thumb traces Orion's outline, 3 clicks left to find Saturn. Temples aligned with solstice sun. Dead kings loved a good light show. A bat squeaks overhead, too fast for proper star mapping. You recall fringe theories, queens hallucinating star patterns after smoking dried scorpion tails. Lord Carnarvon's team found blue residue in pipes, traded for ivory and giraffe hides. Your own stash, valerian root, smells saner. 7 stars, firm count, no wobbles now. Each aligned burial shaft, pointed to some sky god's vanity project. Your torch dims, shadows eat the aloe spines, wobbling the world toward blindness. That darker shadow northeast, jagged remnant of King Archimedes' ego pile. Diggers found monkey bones under its base, sacrifices, or failed pets. Tablet rubbings show wine lists longer than prayer texts, priorities clear as Nile mud. Your torch hisses, resin-rich smoke, stinging, eyes open. Star patterns mimic aloe's spiral growth, nature copying gods, copying gardeners. Early sky charts used plant math for predicting floods. Circle stems divided into 12 petals, close enough for pharaonic guesswork. Saturn appears right where Senenmut's scrolls promised, god of harvests, grinning like a market cheat. You mentally calculate its distance, drummer to donkey, in old measures. About 18 trillion steps roughly. Distance loses meaning past midnight, numbers blur like watered ink. Uranus hides tonight, too faint for eyes, wrecked by torch glare. Some Nubian priest probably lisped its position, wrong, left 3 palm widths from that date tree. In it, stargazers got exiled for less. Rivals loved a good heresy trial. The governor's airship beacon strobes again, false star, insulting millennia of careful astronomy. You spit toward its gleam, might scare a mosquito at least. Ancient maps showed sky marshlands where planets swam like hippos. Honest mistakes before telescopes ruined the magic. Counting resumes, breath-held focus pushing back fatigue. 7 stars, 7 aloe harvests per year, 7 plagues expected during droughts. Coincidence trails behind Nubia like comet dust. Your tongue traces the number, a shape-shifting cult secret, stolen by traders to mark spice bags. Moonlight catches something below, a scarab shell gleaming beetle black near your toe. You nudge it with sandal leather, good omen if left undisturbed, bad luck if flipped over. Religious schisms hinged on stupider debates. Folks daggered each other over black versus white temple cats. Sirius pierces the horizon, belated show-off, blinking as if late to its own banquet. Early warning for Nile floods in Egypt's deltas. No use here where granite bites the river's ankles. Stargazing reveals its downside, pretty lights predicting someone else's disasters. Cool stone presses your spine, wall fragments salvaged from Queen Ameneter's jewel house. Grit grinds skin, last protest of a queen stripped to rubble. Stars witnessed her priests don chants, same as they watch you yawn now, eternities in different eyeballs. That smudge of light below the moon, either a comet or just fermented thoughts rising. The great sky compromise, maybe they're just rocks burning, explains away mystics and mathematicians alike. You drop star counting for sanity's sake. 7's good. 9 would have been greedy. Distant howl, donkey, or desert fox cuts through constellations. You trace imaginary lines between stars, alchemy symbols taught by a half-drunk caravan guard. His truth dissolved like sugar in tea, remembered only when sky-gazing past midnight. Your fingers twitch, etching star patterns in the dirt, absent-mindedly. Scholar sulk drifts by, muttering about ventilation shafts aligned with Orion, burial crypt AC systems. Practical pharaohs desired breezy afterlives, steamy underworld suit accountants, not ex-rulers. Torch finally chokes, ember corpse glowing like dwarfied Pluto. Evenings, seventh star vanishes, swallowed by cloud breath week as a scribe's excuse. The aloe beds merge with shadows. Your vigil done, sky gods bored of human squinting now. Blackness muffles footfalls as you retreat, pots clinking against thigh bones like departing constellations. Counting stars means embracing voids between them, alms for eyes seeking purpose in speckled ash. Tomorrow's sun will bleach astronomy to memory. Another candle mark lost to Meroë's greedy skies. Dawn bleeds honey gold through palm fronds. Your jug's weight settles into hip bone hollows. Dew beads crown each aloe leaf round as Kushite gold rings, sluggish in their slide toward sand. You pause, counting droplets, obsessive as a tax collector stacking coins. Those ancient goldsmiths hammered alloys dense enough to bruise, tribute to kings who traded elephants for Mycenaean bronze. Your water jug trembles, its slosh too loud in this liquid hush, betraying nerves like a courtier's twitch. A bead detaches, plunges, erupts dust where it lands. Rain hasn't kissed this soil for 93 days, cracks serpentine as cursive on funeral stele. You kneel, clay grit biting kneecaps, and pour a thin stream. The earth gulps, audible like a messenger after desert miles. Nile waters scarce this season, rationed tighter than a vizier's purse strings. Historians still argue whether Kushite archers wore those heavy rings in battle, or only to temple feasts where misshot arrows meant embarrassment, not death. A drop escapes the spout, splashing your thumb. Cool shock, then burning skin remembering yesterday's blisters. You flex your palm, salt sting keeping you present. Aloe's milky balm waiting later in a clay jar. Fringe scholars claim morning whispers carry curses. Pharaohs damned grain thieves before dawn patrols past. Your own mutters, steady now, hardly register. Yet your tongue feels heavy as magnetite. One plant leans thirstier than neighbors, its spines drooping like defeated spears. You redirect the jug, aiming for its roots. Water tunnels under soil, vanishing faster than a tomb robber's shadow. Archaeologists found 9-ton granite plugs sealing royal wells. Proof droughts birthed paranoia long before climate scrolls warned us. Sunlight strikes the jug's belly, bronze seems glowing like welts. This vessel's twin buried with Queen Cleopatra still held vinegar-scented wine when excavators cracked her crypt. Your water seems paler fair, yet equally precious here. You imagine beetles frozen mid-crawl on that royal wine crust, suspended like punctuation in a death sentence. The 20th pour, still no soil glow signaling saturation. Aloe roots sprawl deeper than a diplomat's lies, serpentine things bred to outlast famine. You recall a dealer's tale, a root ball wrapped around a Roman-era sword, still rusting when uprooted, preferring mundane truths. Those roots likely just seek old sewage channels delta muck, as nourishing as ritual broth. Half jug left, judgment call. Seedlings get 3 drops each exactly, their survival odds slimmer than a catfish in a baking dish. Steadier plants warrant 5 drops measured by your pulse's drumbeat. Economizers, arithmetic governors, praised the same logic tightening granary screws during bad crop years. A falcon's shadow sweeps ground your cue to shield water from thieves with wings. You crouch low, forehead brushing a leaf's serrated edge, prickling white-hot. 19th dynasty, medical texts swore aloe thorns could pierce evil spirits, shredding their vapor forms mid-haunting. Your own ghost, perspiration rolls down temple to jawbone less mystical, but equally persistent. Distant shouting, fishers hauling nets, floats from the riverside docks. Kush controlled Nile trade for centuries, taxing cedar barges like toll sharks. Yet your aloe taxes only patience, no coin fees, just perpetual wrist strain. You smile, winning no wealth, just salt-puckered knuckles, and this truce with thirst. Final seedling served, jug emptying into grit. A miniature flash flood, brief, meaningless, before absorption. Soil's crust hardens again, glazing to cracked porcelain by 9 a.m. suns. Finger prods your nape, insistent as a creditor. Dew evaporates, gold rings downgraded to faint smears, leaf surfaces, hot as chariot plates now. You press fingertips where droplets suicided, still damp beneath. False generosity, the earth returning stolen gifts shallowly. Genuflection complete, you stand sand cascading off thighs. That stubborn tremor returns, low hum in muscle and bronze. Jug lighter, now, but no steadier. Archaeologists unearthed Kushite well-diggers' skeletons, spinal curves, warped like boomerangs, from centuries of hauling water jars twice this size. True measure of devotion, discomfort persisting, past death. Rounding the garden wall, you glimpse a donkey caravan, plodding west toward Saharan salt pits. Ibex horn traders once bragged about. Modern beasts, same dusty weariness, moving goods across borders. Time hasn't softened. Your morning's cargo, vacated, flops limp against your side. Victory proclaimed in dirty streaks down clay. Shade claims 3 aloe beds, now black relief, snaking under leaves. You contemplate the jug's afterlife, scoured with sand, refilled at sundown for another liquid siege. Ancient water laws find citizens for spills, half a deben of copper per squandered droplet. Your own waste, evaporation's theft, feels criminal against this legacy. A bead of sweat detaches, mirroring the dew's path down a nearby spine, until dirt swallows it. Magnified, each drop shares kinship, one rising from labor, one fallen from night's brief mercy. The aloe won't distinguish, storing all as equal resource, nursery of resilience in their waxy veins. Palm leaves click gossip above commentators on your water rationing. You consider bowing, mock deference to their rustling jury, then reconsider. Kings lost crowns quicker than gardeners lost humility, if inscriptions can be trusted. Silence resurfaces, broken by a single bee's kamikaze dive into crooked blossoms. Water disperses, as all things do, into memory. You exhale, equalizing pressure between earth and breath, weighing liquid's mathematics against the heat still climbing. All alchemy balanced now, until dusk demands payment again. Your fingers trace a spine's ridge, roughness, snagging callous grooves. Each aloe fan bristles with these tiny spears, positioned not at random, but patterned like Meroë's iron furnaces, roaring 6 centuries past. Historians still argue whether the smelters sang to keep furnace temps steady, or just to drown the scorch heat's tinnitus scream. You press harder, testing, a low note vibrating through fingertip bone. Fringe texts claim some aloe thorns could sound a minor tuned by desert winds over millennia. This one's more a B-flat buzz, dissonant, like a drunk lyre, player's third attempt. Sunset bleeds rust across the garden, your shadow stretching long as a smelter's tongs. You hum not a melody, just vibrations to match the thorns. 300 furnaces once lit Meroë's nights, bellows pumping, air thick with carbon and ambition. Their slag heaps still jut west of here, black hills where nothing grows, not even aloe's stubborn kin. Your plant's spines gleam duller than iron, but similarly forged in relentless heat. A breeze riffles the leaves, spines shivering like plectrums plucked by a ghost guitarist. Iron-rich sand made Kush's blades legendary, their edges biting deeper than Roman steel. You snap off a dead spine, its barb brittle hollow. It crumbles, ash gray, joining soil already peppered with ancestors of dust. Meroë's smiths wielded water as weapon too, quenching red-hot blades in oil to avoid steam explosions. Your aloe needs none of that drama, just dawn's condensation, lapped through root hairs slower than a starving cat drinks, humming again, lower now, a bass line for non-existent drums. Workers threw sand into furnaces to flux impurities, ritual plus metallurgy. But nobody recorded their work songs. The aloe's spines angle toward you accusatory, as if demanding a better tune. Tough crowd. You switch to nasal drones, the pitch used by Ali's well-diggers, shovel scrapes, and grunts, turned melody by thirsty necessity. One spine pricks your thumb, electric blood welling dark as iron slurry. You suck it clean salt and metal tang, spitting copper-tinted saliva onto sand. Nubian smiths drank beer while working their clay jars found still sticky with residues of sour brew. Fancy sipping barley froth this late instead of dust. Shadows deepen, spines now backlit by the last sun shard. Each casts a tiny spear shadow, infinitesimal warriors stabbing the thirsty ground. Tests show smelters reached 1200 degrees Celsius, enough to melt modern cookware, but local clays could withstand it. Aloe pulp cooler still burns tongues if sampled raw. Another reason nobody writes recipe scrolls about them. Foot shifts, pebble bites sole your balance, wavering like a furnace tender on overtime. You think of those ancient laborers shifting ore baskets, postures bent permanent, spines curved like sickle blades, 20 generations worth of musculoskeletal debt, paid in your garden's thorny geometry. Cush's gold bought iron coal, even artisans from Memphis. But their true wealth lay here, in knowing how to make fire sing. You pluck a green spine, sap bleeding milky protest. It bends, refuses to snap, obstinate as a unionized smelter. Plant defenses, outlasting empires again. Night insects swell their chorus, filling gaps your weak hum left vacant. The oldest metallurgy joke cracks your lips. Why did the smith divorce his wife? She kept slagging his. A rustle interrupts, maybe a disapproving ancestor. Fine, forget the punchline. Each spine clusters closer toward the leaf tip density, increasing like coward soldiers bunching up. Smart tactic predators recoiling from thicketed barbs, just like enemy troops, avoided Meroë's spear walls. Lean closer, study formation. This leaf's defensive ranks flawless. Your calf cramps, hours kneeling, straining imbalanced muscles. 19th dynasty, tax records list punishments for blacksmith strikes. Chief among them, forced irrigation duty under noon sun. Modern sympathies switch sides. Now you're the water warden, but still sun-cursed. 3 fireflies ignite, green gold, circling the aloe, like quality control inspectors checking welds. Meroë's forge masters stamped their blades, triangle glyphs, meaning pure, or return to furnace if flawed. No such guides here, each leaf judges itself. Fingernail taps a spine tink, surprisingly metallic, maybe iron residues seeped soil, absorbed into sap, giving thorns extra heft. Archaeologists found spearheads with carbon signatures matching royal furnace fuels. Your aloe's no weapon, unless thrown by a very motivated gardener. Breeze shifts, spine song rising, high-pitched whines like steam escaping kiln cracks. You mimic it badly until your uvula vibrates. Neighbors would call this madness if they weren't busy fighting scorpions in their own gardens. Plant migration carried aloe here, 500 BCE or earlier seeds, stuck to traders' feet like stubborn iron filings. Now you tend descendants of those hitchhickers, plus blisters from their unyielding jaws. Circle of life with better calluses. Star appears Alpha Smith, first puncturing Twilight's veil. Navigators used its arc, traders timed journeys, furnaces flared as it crested hills. Your pruning shears clip one dead leaf, cadence matching slow stellar rise, action as ritual unwritten, but the land remembers. Lip cracks, salt sting reminder to hydrate. Ironworkers swallowed damp clay to cool throats, their own version of aloe relief. You sip tepid water, envious of their mud remedies. Each spine's microridge mirrors royal spear decorations, not for grip, just aesthetic intimidation. Hints of floral vanity, even sentinels need style. Smell might fool you, bitter gel beneath fierce armor, contradiction as survival lesson noted. Owl hoots, foreman's whistle, ending some spectral shift. Garden plunges into violet, thorns turned to obsidian daggers under night's smithing. You withdraw, late stage glow, just safe enough to navigate homeward. Torchlight flares 3 fields over ghost fire, or night fishermen misplacing nets. No matter, your aloe shifts, spines inward, as you stand, closing defensive ranks against whatever darkness brings. Good night shift, union approved. Your trowel bites dirt, rough grip pressing into earth, baked harder than a pharaoh's sarcophagus seal. 40 days since last rain, maybe 50 time warps under such unblinking sun. Soil cracks split like Nile mud in first drought, patterns mapping scarcity with cruel precision. You dig careful around the central stem. These roots remember hunger strangers like you can't fathom. Pale tendrils coil, albino snakes fleeing light. Their pallor proof of lifetimes spent chasing groundwater too deep for surface dwellers. Drought survivors. 30 summers without mercy, recorded in root rings tighter than aristocrats' wig curls. You exhale dust, motes swirl, suddenly aware your shadow blocks their only sun meal in weeks. Historians still argue whether Nubian gardeners sang to roots or insulted them for stubbornness. A fringe papyrus claims one healer played bone, flutes to ease root knots, notes vibrating worms to sleep. Your plant's roots twitch vague distaste as your blade scrapes too close. Apologies muttered half to plant, half to petrified ancestors underfoot. Each root fiber feels tense, wiry, tougher than camel tendons hung in smoke huts. They've outlasted dynasties by ignoring surface dramas. Your nail traces a scar, some subterranean battle with a rock that refused erosion. Both lost bits, rock wore down root, diverted, mutual attrition underfoot. Coolness rises, hint of moisture, your fingers pausing where 2 roots fork. Deep-seeking veins, grazed secret aquifers. Prophecies in ancient gardening scrolls mention this, where roots grow blind, water's ghost whispers. Archaeologists found terraced gardens aligned with underground springs beneath royal palaces. This common aloe tapped the same wisdom, subverting class systems since Cleopatra's misguided asp. Your palm cups a root ball, crumbling earth, revealing geometry, perfected by want. Surface leaves get sun tributes, but these hidden threads keep the whole operation surviving your rookie mistakes. Like tax collectors, unloved but essential. Wrist cricks, digging's awkward angle body bent like those Kushite laborers quarrying sandstone under whip time quotas. Plant probably judges your posture silently. No use asking roots about ergonomics. They've been twisted since germination. A clod dislodges, revealing ants farming, aphids on the stem base, tiny ranches thriving in this apocalyptic dryness. You flick them off, gentle land barons, evicted sands compensation. Fringe theory claims Nubian aloe fostered symbiotic ant armies against locusts. Results inconclusive. Roots breathe almost their powdery skin, expanding microns as night humidity creeps in. They store 30 dry seasons, but dream in monsoons. Your water jar sweats condensation, teasing them you wait. Timing's everything. Flood a desert survivor, and they'll rot faster than forgotten melons. Knees grind against pebbles, each rock a meteorite in microcosm. You shift, memorizing root paths, their turns, saying things words can't. Drought carves honesty into cellulose. No room for pretense, where every drop counts. Palm brushes a withered root shred. It flakes like papyrus, left in a tomb. Carbon date that you'd get last Thursday, or Tuthmosis, III's rain. Soil chemistry's funny that way. Whole epochs compressed under your fingernails. Light shifts. A star pierces through low clouds, its gleam too weak for photosynthesis, but strong enough for wishes. New age types claim talking to roots boosts yields. Maybe whisper a grocery list, less crisping at leaf tips, more gel next season. You catch yourself talking, embarrassed, halting mid-sentence. Roots don't mock audibly, but the quiet gains wait. They've heard worse from beetles chewing their ankles nightly. One root curls your own hand's mirror, clenching at air. Evolution honed this shape, reach without reward, persistence as art form. Royal landscapers built fountains, these roots built endurance. Trowel scrapes terracotta, ancient shard wedged deep, its painted ibis faded by endless abrasion. Someone's dinner plate, fourth dynasty, now keeping your aloe from tilting. Waste not, a Kushite motto before it got trendy. Your grip tightens around nothing. Unlike the roots, you can't hold dryness long. They mastered the art, while you count minutes till sunset drinks. Sweat drips, salt splash on root tips. They recoil instinctively. Even survivors flinch at sudden kindnesses. Drip irrigation invented itself here millennia back, one patient drop at a time. You mimic it, minimalist mercy. Shadows claim the whole roots ghostly now, retreating into their element. Humans need light to see. Roots see dark the way fish see water. You cover them, slow, letting soil reclaim its children. Repentance for disturbing their thirsty vigil. The coarse grain grinds against your cheek, pebbles biting. As the first hot gust kicks, dust down your throat. You rise, spitting grit, eyes scanning the horizon. Nothing moves, but heat waves, mirage lakes rippling over sand. Skepticism wars with experience. Your aloe's leaves already tremble, though the air feels dead. Nubian storms announce themselves with false calm, like generals reviewing troops before ambush. Palm fiber ties rest coiled beside you, their braids, copied from relief carvings in Meroë's ruins. Royal gardeners grafted date palms using sturdier knots centuries before Agathias of Byzantium wrote about their technique. Your fingers fumble, threading twine through split reed stakes. Dryness makes your skin crack, fibers snag, blood dots the rope. The wind surges east to west, an invisible tide tearing at your headscarf. Sand lifts, needle sharp, as if the desert decided to fling its jewelry in disdain. Archaeologists found over 400 pounds of Saharan dust entombed in a single pyramid corridor. Your scalp prickles, regretting every hubristic thought about mastering dunes. Taller aloes sway, stems creaking like crooked ship masts, their potted bases shifting underfoot. Your knife saws fibrous stalks from a dead down palm, steaks tasting bitter when chewed for flexibility. Fringe ethnobotanists claim storm winds carry coded messages, lost kingdom edicts scattered into sirocco's. Nonsense, probably. Yet your spine stiffens when a gust whistles through a cracked urn, 3 descending notes, too melodic for chance. You stake the first plant, cord pulled taut, knots cinched triple. Not tight enough, the base wobbles like a drunk acrobat. Kushite flood walls used angled supports. Their engineers understood diagonal defiance against brute force. Your aloe lacks grandeur, but the principle holds. A sand devil spirals past, miniature tornado, weaving through pots, spilling soil from a juniper seedling. You lunge, cover the exposed roots, hiss. Burning granules pepper your neck, pains instructive. You check each tie again. Some knots snug, others pathetic, as half-built mud bricks. Historians still argue whether Nubian skywatchers forecast storms via ibis migratory patterns, or just guessed after 3 cups of date wine. Your method's cruder, tracking how ants seal their nests with frantic precision. Right now, they're barricading like paranoid pharmacists before a raid. You weave spare cord between pots, creating a linked chain against toppled domino effects. Teamwork enforced, even if the plants hate each other's pollen. Palms blister, reaching for the last stake when the gale strikes for real. No warning growl, just a wall of air punching your ribs. Your heel grinds a beetle mid-evacuation, crunch lost to thunderous rustling leaves. Eyes squinted, you spot the problem. Youngest aloe bending at a node, where you pruned rot last week. Weakness calls to wind like camel blood calls vultures. You crawl, ropes whipping your arms, restaking its base with soaked hemp that'll tighten as it dries. Old trick, borrowed from Nile fishermen, mending nets in downpours. Sand infiltrates everything. Your water jars, lid the folded rag over your nose, even the gap between eyelid and lashes. Blinking feels like scrubbing pots with a wire brush. Royal landscapers imported grindstones from Elephantine just to polish wind-scarred statues. A futile battle against entropy. Still, you swipe a cloth across the aloe's teeth. Grit abrades gel-filled leaves, worse than locust mandibles. Another gust, this one laced with the tang of distant rain. Tease, cruel joke. When fat drops finally hit the desert, they evaporate before kissing the ground, just pissy clouds spitting on peasants. You shelter the smallest plants beneath overturned baskets, palm weave lattices mimicking royal pergolas. Structural theft, no shame. A pot shatters behind you terracotta explosion. Likely that unstable one repaired with fig sap glue. Should have used acacia resin instead, stronger. But the seller charged extra. Cheapness costs double, a merchant's proverb older than coinage. When the wind pauses, breathless, you clamp your ears. Silence throbs louder than drums until the next barrage. Sand has colonized your mouth, grating between molars, an abrasive reminder of mortality. Workers built tombs with smoother limestone. Give me 20 quarts of that over one desert sip. Last stake-driven ties secured, you crouch beside the sturdiest aloe. Its spines rattle nature's maracas, playing survival anthems. Your throat's too parched for laughter, so you cough, a dusty requiem for pre-storm optimism. Shadows stretch, wind eases, the rehearsal ending, as if a conductor dropped his baton. You peel grit from your lips, spit a mud ball, tasting regret's metallic tang. Inevitable, like taxes, like emperors demanding aloe balm for their battle scars. The plants sigh slightly straighter, already forgetting their near collapse. You don't. Sand lingers in every crevice, under nails, in boot seams a gritty keepsake. Moonlight bleeds through storm-scrubbed air, painting your aloes in liquid silver. Those white streaks on each leaf, nature's own hieroglyphs, glow brighter now. Farmers along the old Nile watched lunar cycles, planting barley when the moon fattened like a well-fed cat. Your shears hover, a surgeon debating where to cut. Dead tissue shows itself by refusing light, brittle patches sucking darkness into their veins. Archaeologists found aloe buried with Tutankhamun, 35 jars meant to soothe his sun-baked afterlife skin. You snip, a dry curl falls, sharp edges catching on your sleeve. That shard could have sliced papyrus, or a priest's offering finger. Historians still argue whether Punt's famed golden groves grew aloe, or frankincense, desert gossip inflating both. You trace a glowing stripe, your fingertip avoiding spines, a roadmap for tonight's delicate demolition. Fringe herbalists whisper that moonlight nourishes succulents, swapped for sunlight like night shift workers guzzling caffeine. Skepticism feels heavy. You yawn, blinking grit from swollen eyes. Your blade finds a rotten spot, blackened where yesterday's storm water pooled. Rot stinks like forgotten laundry, sweet decay clinging to steel. Cleopatra rubbed aloe gel on sails, allegedly, to keep them supple during Mediterranean raids. Your scissors hesitate too. Deep a cut risks healthy flesh. This isn't Ptolemaic naval warfare. A sigh escapes. You tilt the leaf, moonbeams now spotlighting every flaw. Night does that, amplifying errors you missed in daylight's cheer. Even Nubian queens inspected their gardens by torch glow, hunting imperfections like rival spies. Your shears close clean, a necrotic crescent dropping into your palm. One problem solved, 700 remain. Give or take. Dew forms already, pearls sliding down leaves, mocking your water rationing. Those droplets magnify the white stripes, distorting them into Nile serpent curves. Kushite weavers copied such patterns, their linen tunics flaunting zigzags older than Memphis. You flick the dead scrap aside. It lands on a dung beetle, startling the recycler mid-push. Apologies, sort of. Next leaf, a veteran soldier pockmarked by sandstorms. White streaks here diverge, forking like exhausted river tributaries. Agri-historians debate whether the Meroë basin once grew enough aloe to export. Scrolls mention caravans, but lack invoices. Your thumb tests an edge, brittle, as Pharaoh Senusrit's mummy wrappings. Snip, another casualty removed. Sap wells slow, resentful honey. Wind stirs cross breeze from the west, carrying the musk of wetted dust. No storm this time, just night's restless breath. Moths flutter near your lamp, drawn to flame like Alexandrian scholars to unpaid internships. You shield the light, they bump your wrist, annoying yet harmless. One lands on shears, wings flexing dusting metal with fertility scales. Moon shadows complicate everything, distorting depth, turning shallow nicks into canyons. Night gardening demands extra lies to yourself. That brown spot's tiny, it'll heal. Nope. You carve deeper, sap beads, cold gel smears your knuckle. Olden Egyptians called aloe blood of the gods, poetic, but messy when you're just trying to prevent fungal spread. Your back protests, hours hunched, a human question mark, begging for relief. Those limestone reliefs show laborers bent double, hauling irrigation buckets. So really, you're upholding tradition. Crickets chant worker solidarity hymns, or maybe just horny insect mantras. Either way, their rhythm syncs with your shears click-click. Dead flesh accumulates, a graveyard pile at your feet, each crescent, a tiny failure excised. Modern types would compost them, but heathen bacteria lurk in rich soil. You burn scraps tomorrow, as temple acolytes did, sending diseased matter skyward on cedar-scented pyres. A moth dive bombs the pile, deluded pyromaniac. You wave it off. That queen's betrayal shard waits in the dark somewhere. History remembers Cleopatra's poison, suicide, never mentions how often she stabbed collaborators with papyrus cutters. Your blade nicks green flesh. Ah hell, sap surges, a gleaming tear. Press thumb to wound, stem's pulse throbs under your finger alive, indignant, forgiving nothing. Pause, water gulped from a clay jar, your throat grateful as a mummy receiving libations. Dates from your pocket, wrinkled, chewy, sweetness cut by lingering dust. A priest's midnight snack, probably, while studying stars for harvest omens. You count 7 visible aloe buds moons ago. There were 9 reality. Edits gardens without consent. Tilt another leaf, its underside pale from lack of sun, like scholars who never leave libraries. White streaks here form loops, childish spirals, unlike the other's strict geometry. Maybe a flaw, maybe intentional. Botanists found genetic echoes of Babylonian aloe in Nubian soil, seeds traded along roots, guarded by mercenaries. Your shears follow the pattern, trimming dead tips, art curator, restoring damaged frescoes. Fingers cramp, tool handle slick. With night damp your grip falters. Iron blades forged in Meroë's furnaces litter museum cases. But yours hails from a Cairo backstreet vendor. Pragmatism beats pedigree if it cuts clean. Another dead section surrenders. You miss the catch, it falls, vanishing into shadow. That phantom shard lives now, an unclaimed regret. Moon ducks behind clouds, momentary blindness, the garden reduced to texture, rough pots, slick leaves, your own rasping breath. Storm could return before dawn, uninvited guest, demanding more labor. Eyes adjust, glowing leaf paths reemerge fainter. White streaks weren't painted by gods, just evolution's thrifty brush, saving chlorophyll where shadows linger. 9 plants cleaned, 30-something to go. Bladder complains, a domesticated discomfort. Nile night guards pissed in ceramic vessels, emptied at dawn. No modern luxury for you. Knees crack as you stand, stretch, blood flow, restored like silt after flood retreat. Distant jackal cry, muffled by dunes, irrelevant to your task. Shears resume work, muscle memory. Now each snip surgically precise. Aloe's gel will seal your blisters later. Ancient remedy meeting modern stupidity. Royal physicians prescribed it for burns, silencing weeping wounds. A kinder service than their spear-wielding colleagues. Your blade slips again, damn, another gash. Sweat blurs vision, salt stings fresh cuts. A cocktail of failure. Clouds shift, moonlight floods back, brighter now, a spotlight from the underworld. That fallen shard glints below a pot, serrated edge hungry for bare feet. You kick sand over it, delayed wisdom, honoring Queen Cleopatra's lesson. Never ignore sharp things in the dark. Meanwhile, the plants breathe easier, their deadweight shed, photosynthesis pathways cleared. You inhale with them, night air cool as a tomb's inner chamber. 2 leaves left, both high stretching requires tiptoe ballet. Sand grinds under heel, not unlike Roman senators shifting seats during dull speeches. 1 final incision, rot scraped away, healthy flesh gleaming wet. Success. Mostly, you step back, admiring handiwork, a barber proud of uneven bangs. Tools wiped clean, shears, folded blood, and sap rinsed in yesterday's washing water. The fallen shard watches from beneath its sand blanket, patient, a discarded dagger waiting for history to repeat. Sunrise stains the eastern dunes peach. Your shadow stretches long as a pharaoh's obelisk across the garden. That hidden shard still lurks, buried, but not forgiven, beneath a pot's clay lip. Your water jug sweats in the newborn heat. Another day's bargain with thirst begins. A flicker at your wrist, iridescent wings brush skin, electric blue-green, shimmering like malachite. The scarab beetle lands, legs prickly on your aloe's youngest leaf. It's smaller than the fat ones in tomb paintings, this one's streamlined for theft. Egyptians carved scarabs from lapis, believing they held the sun's rising power, tucked amulets into mummy wrappings for safe passage. This living version needs no symbolism, just your plant's sap pooling at a cut. You freeze, shears dangling midair as it dips its armored head. Aloe tears cling to tiny mouthparts, golden drops on an emerald thief. Sunlight catches its shell, mosaic patterns shifting, hypnotic as a market, tricksters spinning discs. Historians still argue whether commoners bowed to scarabs, or just the wealthy. Scrolls disagree, like drunken scribes at a harvest feast. It drinks ungrateful for your stillness, a miniature king plundering his due. Priest once fed temple scarabs, honeyed figs, fat beetles rolling decadent dung balls through palace halls. Yours needs no tribute, only this leaf's unintended offering. Sand grates under your shifting heel, 1 millimeter. The beetle pauses, antennae twitching paranoia. A fringe theory whispers that scarabs navigate via starlight, reading constellations with their shells. You squint at this thief, doubtful. Its celestial map seems purely opportunistic. Dew still clings to wing cases, temporary diamonds from dawn's brief mercy. Your breath slows, ribs aching, until it resumes drinking. Last night's cuts weep fresh, sap shining, where moonlight failed to cauterize. The beetle abandons its feast, waddles toward the wounded leaf, opportunism trumping caution. 6 legs scramble over ridges, claws finding purchase in Aloe's own armor. A drop trembles, extends, sags toward the ground. Instinct says swatted, pilferer of all your careful nurture. But pharaohs wore scarabs carved from heart stone, funeral armor against the afterlife's accountants. Who are you to judge a small hunger? The droplet falls, missing the beetle entirely, plunging into dust. 1 second too. Then the insect follows, chasing the lost prize underground. Your laugh surprises you, a dry croak, mocking this miniature tragedy. Knees crack as you crouch, eye level with the soil's shifting crust. Tiny legs kick sand, burrowing deeper, dignity discarded for breakfast. Pragmatists say dung beetles prefer fecal buffets, yet yours chose aloe resin. Maybe it's a gourmand or desperately lost. Wind gusts, hot already, snatching moisture from every leaf. You dribble water sparingly around the aloe's roots. The soil convulses slightly, beetle tunneling toward some unseen cache. Beneath Meroë's pyramids, archaeologists found scarab amulets wrapped in linen, stashed with dead nobles who hoped to cheat decay. Your visitor seeks no eternity, just the next sip, its ambitions blessedly small. The jug empties, clay bottom groaning like a thirsty camel. You set it aside, palms pressing warm earth, waiting for the beetle's return. Midday's approach tightens your scalp, sun an alchemist, turning sweat into salt. 20 breaths pass, 30 nothing. Gone, as all thieves should be before regrets form. Rising spine protesting, you survey the garden's slow green defiance. Pots line up like obedient soldiers, algae staining their shoulders where water spills. A distant memory surfaces, school lessons about beetles rolling dung into perfect spheres. They lay eggs inside, turning waste into nurseries, nature's own janitors, sainted by people smart enough to avoid sanitation duty. Shade dwindles, sun claiming every inch not shielded by walls. The aloe's gel stiffens on your fingers, dried relics of last night's butchery. One plant sports fresh teeth marks goats, jackals, or the gardener's own sleepwalking hunger, unreliable narrator of your midnight motions. Heat bleaches colors, green fading to dusty gray, baking the garden into temporary stone. Only movement, a scrap of papyrus skittering across soil, drunken dancer fleeing no pursuer. Your eyes track it until blue-green flicker catches light again. The beetle resurfaces, climbing onto a sun-scorched leaf, daring the glare. Its shell gleams, undeterred, scarab's solar panel absorbing what would wither lesser beings. 2 droplets left, warm now, sweeter from fermentation's first flirtation. It drinks thorax pulsing, an engine powered by stolen sugars. You could evict it, spoil this tiny communion. But Ramses III paid workers in linen and grain, except beetle caretakers, who received honey for their holy charges. No sweet bribes here, just ceasefire between thief and tired gardener. Your shears snick open, one dead spine trimmed, a diversionary tactic. The beetle freezes, wings half lifted, ready for flight. It weighs your threat, calculates risk, then resumes drinking. Nerve, you admire nerve, even scaled down to glittering insect proportions. Sand grinds under your sandal, deliberate warning. Not today, it whispers in wing flicks. Not today. Or perhaps that's dehydration talking, your skull throbbing with forgivable delusions. Historians still argue whether scarabs symbolized rebirth, or just really amused some sunstruck priest who liked shiny things. Either way, you leave it to its feast. Noon arrives, brutal, unforgiving, shrinking shadows to grudging slivers. The beetle retreats, vanishes into a crack between pots, dodging the sun's worst wrath. You mimic it, retreating toward the mud brick shelter, its walls sweating ancient salts onto your shoulders. Water tastes metallic, laced with clay jug minerals, Nile's distant kiss. You count beetles instead of sheep, 3 iridescent, 5 dull brown, none as brazen as your morning visitor. Sleep pulls, an undertow of wasted hours, but the aloe scarab accord feels like a win. You close your eyes, red lids glowing, and imagine tiny dung balls rolling across temple floors, priests chanting not for gods, but for beetles pushing their worldly treasures. Laughter stirs, but dies, heat stealing even your mirth. Later, much later, cooler air will rouse you back to duty. For now, let the thief drink deeply. Everything stolen becomes sacred if you wait long enough. Shade bleeds eastward, merciless, edges sharp as a starshaper's knife. You count breaths, 5, watching the sun claim your leftmost aloe pot. The geometry of coolness shrinks daily, triangles becoming slivers, angles too acute for comfort. Clay pot, lips glow orange, you grab rough edges, scald-proof from years of this dance, pivoting the first plant, half turn toward the wall, barely buys 7 minutes. Weight pulls your shoulders, earth still wet from dawn's stingy ration. Kushite queens once plotted cities by shadow paths, aligning avenues with solstice light. Your work is humbler, petty treason against solar tyranny. The pot grinds against bricks, low moan of friction, lamenting its displacement. Sweat rivers split your spine, trickling where tunic fabric clings like a jealous lover. Your shadow pools at your feet, shrunken traitor, refusing to shield anything. Second pot smaller, lighter. But the soil slides sideways as you lift. Damp earth splatters toes, wasted hydration, punishment for clumsy haste. 10 o'clock becomes noon, becomes agony time measured in centimeters of retreating shade. You crouch, palms flat on baking ground, calculating trajectories of darkness. Historians still argue whether Nubian gardeners carved ice from distant mountains, or just bruised melons on river stones for false cool. Either way, you lack both ice and melons, just a stubborn aloe militia. A cracked jar leans against the wall, third attempt at a sun shield. Its curve casts a crescent shadow, too narrow for even the smallest pot. You huff disrespectful noise. Your royal ancestors would fine you a goat for such insolence. Wind lifts the jar's edge, scraping terracotta against brick. Another abrasive serenade. Roots whisper under shifting pots, muted protests from the displaced. An aloe leaf scrapes your forearm, leaving white streaks that sting instantly. Symmetry demands you move the tallest plant next, bulky warrior, obscuring its comrades. Its clay breastplate weighs 40 pounds, maybe 45. Bad math under dehydration. You heave, hip first, gritting teeth against vertebrae grinding like unlubricated millstones. The pot slides, reluctant, jolting soil over its lip. Fragrant damp rises, brief relief, before evaporating into the sun's greedy mouth. Sand clings to wet hands, improvised gloves against heated pottery. 3 tiles of cooling. Shadow remain paltry territory for 15 plants. You redistribute them, 5 per triangle, crowded like fish at a drying oasis. Leaves brush each other, low rustle of botanical complaints. One plant's spines snag its neighbor, green sentries crossing spears. You intervene with calloused thumbs. Midday hallucinations arrive right on schedule. That pebble becomes a scarab. No, just a pebble. The wall's shadow line wiggles, liquid mercury, not solid shelter. A theory floats through your delirium. Some ancients buried wet reeds under pots. Evaporation cooling roots like an old world AC. Stupid wasting water, but your dripping brow almost understands the impulse. The 4th move unearths an artifact, terracotta shard, hiding under sand. Its curve suggests a beer jug. Volunteers got double rations during pyramid hauling. Your shard offers nothing but edges. You pocket it anyway. Future mosaic piece. Ambitions of a peasant archaeologist. Wind shifts. Hotter now, Sirocco sneering at your shade schemes. Your water jug sweats condensation, precious beads licked instantly away by thirsty air. Lips chap, stick together, mockery of kissing goddess statues who never returned affection. Turning the fifth pot, you misjudge angles. The shade triangle snaps, shut like a crocodile's jaw. Plant left half exposed, green flesh wilting, visibly under solar interrogation. You curse, guttural sound, aloe spines nod as if agreeing. Clay breathes beneath your hands, pores opening in the heat. Each pot thick with memory, some fired during Cleopatra's reign. If the vendor told truth, caravan dust still clings inside their bellies, unearthed when you repotted. A bead of sweat drops onto a leaf, sizzles, vanishes before reaching soil. Your skull pulses, temple drums beating war songs, skin stretched too tight over bone. Even squatting jars have better proportions than this heat demands. You stretch, back arching toward shaded wall. Shifting, the sixth pot reveals night's hidden gifts. A pale root breaching soil, searching blindly for better anchorage. You guide it downward, gentle redirection, burying its ambition in stale dirt. Rain won't visit for months. These roots know futility better than philosophers. The sun's glare whitens the sky, color leached from everything except aloe greens and your resentment. Bricks underfoot radiate captured warmth, like stingy bankers hoarding gold. Meroë's bricklayers mixed in crushed shell for strength. Their ghosts laugh as your soles blister through sandals. Seventh move crushes a beetle sick crunch under pot rim. Guilt flares, brief. But this isn't your iridescent thief, just some brown nobody. You scrape carcass into soil, quick burial, both funeral and fertilizer. Shifting shadows erase all right angles, geometry melts into enemy territory. 2 pots still bake in sun. You sacrifice the spares, crowded in shade, rotating the chosen like gladiator recruits. A leaf snaps, audible sigh, vengeful act by a plant denied relief. Sap purls along the break, you catch it, finger sucking sweetness, pressing purified guilt. The west wall's shadow lengthens, infinitesimal, but your neck senses the shift like a dowser's rod. True afternoon comes slow, mauling its way across dunes toward this garden. You slump shoulder against warm brick, counting the 15 relocated refugees. 1 pot still trembles, water settling after transit, roots adjusting to new darkness. You murmur to it, stupid habit, as if Nubian queens sang lullabies to seedlings. Historians still argue whether shadow placement constituted science or superstition, whether coolness was measured or merely felt. Your raw knees vote for superstition always. Teeth scrape your lip, coppery blood, dehydration's parting gift. The last water ration tastes like victory, and defeat tepid, flat, cruel in its brevity. You plan tomorrow's realignments, a better angle for the tallest plant, more mercy for the eastern specimens. Sunset will come, you know this. Plants will forgive or die quietly, no blame attached. For now, clay pots glimmer like captured stars, tethered by your stubbornness. Heat wins every battle, but shade fights guerrilla wars. Your fingers trace pot rims, checking rotations, salvaging millimeters of mercy where possible. The beetles can keep their dung feasts. This is your rolling labor, your celestial math against chaos. A shadow stretches, finally reaching toward the garden gate's rusty hinges. You welcome it, like a general receiving reinforcements, late, but not too late for the wounded. Clay cools under touch, exhaling stored heat in gritty whispers. One pot remains sun-scorched, too heavy, too noble to beg for reprieve. You leave it tribute to Ra's hunger, knowing the expense of all campaigns. Tomorrow begins at dawn, with fresh angles and recalculated failures. Tonight, the stars will judge your shade triangles, approve or erase them before the sun's return. Mud brick walls radiate stored warmth into twilight parents, tucking you into a heated bed. You don't resist, every muscle slack, knowing the pots sit diligently where you placed them. Their geometry holds for now. Child laughter cuts the garden silence, high notes skipping over mud brick walls, a sound long absent here. Your shears stop mid-snip, metal teeth biting air, as that joy crashes into your task. Memory floods in unasked. Tiny hands buried under temple stones, apprentice gardeners, crushed during Pharaoh Amenhotep's expansion frenzy. Their skeletons still curl around crushed trowels in some Theban tomb, workers too young to outgrow childhood. The aloe leaf flexes under your paused grip, living tissue, resisting idle thoughts. You breathe deep, pulling Nile-heavy air into protesting lungs. Historians still argue whether those children volunteered or were sold by debt-drowned families. No marker honors them, just your sudden stillness. Another giggle erupts, closer now, foot drumming the packed earth beyond the wall. Modern play free from granite quarries and overseer whips. Your thumb finds a scar along the shears handle, rough, weld from ancient repairs. Did some boy drop this tool before the blocks fell? Or was he holding it when they did? Wind lifts dust around your ankles, ghostly swirls imitating dancing legs. You shake your head, too much sun, too little sleep. A theory nags. Certain Nubian tribes buried playthings with dead children, stone frogs, and clay dolls to comfort tiny ghosts. No proof exists, just whispers in dig sites. But your pocket feels heavier with imagined artifacts. The plant demands attention, its split leaf weeping sap, where your hesitation stalled the cut. You press the edges together, sticky reconciliation, before finishing the amputation. A joke forms, half-baked, about gardeners needing more limbs than plants. It dies unsaid, unworthy of the heat. Your water jug sweats on the shaded bricks, condensation pooling like guilt. Child voices rise again, chasing some game beyond your sanctuary. You pour a libation onto the aloe's roots, paltry, offering against historical ghosts. Kushite kings used aloe sap to anoint soldiers' wounds, but nothing soothed crushed ribs. A pebble arcs over the wall, plinking into your watering can, startling metallic echoes. You freeze, half expecting overseers, then exhale, just a stray missile from youthful exuberance. The stone wears a fossil imprint, ammonite, from when oceans drowned this desert. You pocket it, war trophy, or maybe peace offering. Sun glares off the white garden wall, old lime wash blinding as a pharaoh's robe. Your eyes narrow, squinching the scene into abstraction. Blurs of green-brown and that relentless white. Modern children attend schools, not quarries. Yet your spine remembers phantom granite. Shears resume their work, snick-snick rhythm telegraphed through tense shoulders. One leaf, then another, dead flesh falling like miniature obelisks. Aloe doesn't begrudge the pruning. Unlike vines that cling like desperate lovers, laughter fades, replaced by a mother's distant call, probably offering chilled melon in some shaded courtyard. Your tongue thickens, jealousy, acidic at the root. Workers building Meroë's pyramids got garlic and radishes, heroes' rations for lifting eternity. A bead of sap swells where you cut too close, golden tear trembling on green skin. You lick it, shame-faced, the bitterness cutting through dust-clogged nostrils. No royal physician ever prescribed this. Their cures involved crocodile-dung and honey. Shadows stretch lazy cats as the sun continues its western crawl. You count remaining leaves, 18, no 19, the tally disrupted by wind. Childish voices completely gone now, stolen by distance or nap time. The quiet returns thick as embalming resin. Your knee cracks when standing protest against hours, stooped over plants. Aloe spines glint like accusing eyes. Did you pause too long, dream too hard? Work resumes defensive rhythm against memory's siege. A scarab beetle trudges past your sandal, dull-shelled laborer, mimicking your own chores. You let it pass. No squashing today, generosity earned by absent laughter. Some scholars claim temple gardens kept jeweled beetles as living decorations. Absurd extravagance when water cost half a day's wages. Evening breezes stir the aloe's younger shoots, tender greens swaying without fear of shears. Tomorrow those children might laugh again, and you'll pause again. For now, duty outlives distraction, as it always has. The last cut ends the task, shears resting beside a mound of trimmings. You'll burn them later, offering smoke to apprentice ghosts, if the wind obliges. Shadows embrace the garden wholly now, mercy after hours of minutiae. You touch the wall where laughter breached, still warm, radiating stolen joy. Dust coats your fingers, pale as crushed limestone, pale as bone fragments under Thebes. Stars begin their shift, pinholes in a darkening canopy. No child's voice remains, just rustling leaves, the garden's soft exhalation. You settle onto a worn stool, back against sun-baked bricks, waiting for torchlight. Tomorrow's work will begin at dawn, with or without laughter's interruption. For now, silence is enough. Morning light finds your palms first, raw badges earned yestereve, hauling water jars. Blisters swell, translucent domes, each a tiny summit of pain. You press a thumb against one, testing, the sting sharp as a scribe's rebuke. Aloe sap waits in a clay dish, thick and gold as a funeral mask, ready to mediate. Dawn's glare turns the garden into a geometry problem. Shadows too crisp, leaves too still. You drip sap onto the worst blister, expecting relief. But the cold bite makes you hiss. Kushite warriors once mixed aloe with honey for arrow wounds, though no tonic eased slave chains. Your own chains, calluses, and cracks are self-inflicted. A breeze riffles the aloe plants, their serrated edges saluting your suffering. Historians still argue whether tomb artists depicted blisters or smoothed them into propaganda-perfect hands. Your palms tell the truth, ruptured, ugly, alive. Sap seeps into broken skin, a sticky armistice between flesh and labor. You flex your fingers, counting 7 pulse points, each throb synced to the Nile's distant heartbeat. Workers building Hatshepsut's temple-carved graffiti of aching hands, their palms giant and swollen on limestone walls. You trace a similar shape in the dirt, a monument to mornings like this. Sun climbs higher, blunt force weapon against your bent neck. The sap stiffens, glazing your wounds into amber crust, nature's makeshift bandage. A stray dog noses through the garden gate, sniffing your aloe dish, then retreats. Wise creature, bitterness repels, even beggars. You plunge your hands into soil, grit invading every crevice, a gritty baptism. Blisters scream, then muffle as loam packs the wounds. Some desert tribes believed earth held curative spirits, a theory disputed by your stinging nerves. Pain rearranges itself, beating along your lifeline like flawed lapis lazuli. Fingerprints blur under mud and resin, your identity dissolving into gardener's camouflage. Pots need shifting, 3 heavy terracotta sentinels guarding the shade's last outpost. You lift one weight, brutalizing your palms, the blister's roof tearing silent. Blood wells, dark sugar against dirt, before aloe staunches the flow. Red and gold swirl in the mud, an impromptu mural. Pharaohs paid artists to paint their battle wounds larger, more heroic. But yours stays stubbornly small. Noon brings delirium's buzz, heat shimmering above the walls like a rebellious mirage. You slap a compost pile, startling black beetles into defensive curls. They resemble miniature pharaohs, sarcophagi, complete with gilded wing cases, playing dead until danger passes. One beetle rights itself, staggering toward your discarded aloe leaf, a pilgrim seeking sap. You let it feast, bruised dignity salving bruised hands. Experts think sacred scarabs reproduced asexually, a fact that would astound this lonely insect. Shadows stretch, gathering courage to duel the sun. Your palms crust tighter, each movement cracking the fragile piece. Workers at Amarna smeared themselves in rancid fat to prevent blisters, a stench worse than injury. You'll take the wounds, thanks. Your water jug sweats itself hollow, condensation pooling wasteful on thirsty ground. You drink the last warm mouthful, grit swirling between your teeth, liquid shadow of the Nile. A blister pops, secret surrender, as you grip the jug handle. Wind lifts your tunics, edge sneaky breeze kissing sweat-damp skin. Bees investigate your aloe-smeared hands, hovering, dismissing you as an inferior flower. Their disapproval stings worse than the blisters. You sit unheroic on a half-buried grinding stone left by the garden's previous keeper. Its surface holds dimple marks where grain met pestle centuries of meals etched into rock. Your palms fit those concavities, twin suns eclipsed by stone. Sunset arrives as a mercy mission, gold washing the pain into bearable hues. Fresh aloe gel waits, its viscous comfort spotlighted by slanting rays. This time you apply it slow, priest anointing an ordinary acolyte. Dew forms on leaves above, mirroring your own salted sweat. You press a leaf to your cheek, coolness leaching into bone. Pain recedes, temporarily, shrinking into purple dusk. Stars debut one by one, punctual mourners at day's funeral. Your palms throb softer now, rhythm sinking to night insects' dirge. What blisters teach, breaks also heal, given hours and silence. Torches flicker awake on distant walls, amber eyes judging your retreat. You rise body protesting like a rusty pulley and bow to the aloe. Its leaves glint, smeared with your blood, an offering accepted. Tomorrow's blisters germinate tonight, seedlings of strain nestling into skin. For now, salt crust and sap armor hold the line, a peace treaty written on flesh, ready to be broken by dawn's first water jar. Darkness stitches the garden together, seamstress fluent in concealment. You walk the path, pebbles pressing fresh protests into your souls, each step a negotiation. The beetle still feasts, its shell reflecting torch glow, a tiny sovereign in this realm of wounds. Sleep will come fitful as it does for all tender things. Hands clenched, unclenched under a moon pale as an unpopped blister. Night air cools the cracks, whispering old lies about permanence. Aloe stands sentry in the gloom, spines etched black against star-streaked sky. It knows your pain, mirrors it in fibrous flesh, compresses it into sap. Sympathy feels medicinal, almost, when shared with something equally scarred. Your cot creaks, protesting even rest, yet you dissolve into it. Dreams feature floating hands, pristine, unblistered, plucking stars like overripe figs. Absurd luxury, unearned, but dreams traffic in false reparations. Wind rattles the gate, a reminder that gardens forget nothing. Tomorrow you'll sweat, bleed salve. For now, let night swallow the sting whole, temporarily, blessedly, as it swallows every other weeping thing. The beetle abandons its feast, wandering into shadow. You envy its shell, unyielding, unbroken, though you'd miss the rawness of living. Dawn will test that conviction soon enough. Dusk stains your fingertips blue, the color of decay hunting, hidden rot. You patrol each aloe, pad pressing leaf joints, searching for soft rebellion beneath green armor. Egyptian surgeons used bronze blades thinner than wishbones, tools you mirror with your thumbnail tonight. A suspicious spot yields mushy betrayal under pressure, your knife already unsheathed. Historians still argue whether those scalpels carried poison, secret commands from paranoid pharaohs. Your blades clean, sharp enough to divide moonlight as you carve the brown weakness away. Rotted flesh falls, slick and odorless, into a waiting bucket. Priests once anointed mummies with aloe juice, believing it slowed time's hunger, though even their kings crumbled. You probe the cut, clinical, assessing depth. Healthy tissue glistens wet and white, resistant as Nile limestone. A scarab clatters into the bucket, drawn by death's perfume, its legs paddling the rot. Dinner's served, bon appetit, you grotesque little gourmand. Wind sweeps the garden, carrying temple incense from the river's far side. Your hands move steady, despite fatigue, braiding your muscles. Rot spreads faster than dynastic gossip, one compromised leaf dooming the whole. You excise 3 more sections, methodical, ignoring sap, gluing your fingers together. Each cut feels like treason, like removing a scribe's corrupted glyph from sacred text. Night thickens, the removed flesh, now a dark constellation in the bucket. A bat dips overhead, silent merchant of mosquitoes, its wings grazing the aloe spines. Flying rat gets a free haircut, lucky you. You torch a pinch of myrrh, smoke binding rot's scent before it attracts worse scavengers. Embers reflect in the sap on your blade, double flames, one alive, one dying. Kushite healers stitched wounds with acacia thorns, but your plants need no sutures, only air. Coolness rises from the soil, a relief after your burning focus. The last infected leaf surrenders, hitting the bucket with a sound like wet papyrus. Done. Your knife, smeared green and brown, resembles a battlefield relic. You wipe it on your thigh, a habit learned from caravan butchers back in Memphis. Blood or sap, the gesture stays the same, work finished, tools honored. Stars blink, awake pale spectators to your gardening triage. Historians would debate your methods, too brutal, too gentle, depending who's paying their fee. You know truth by texture, rot never lies. Moonlight puddles in the excision sites, liquid silver filling each wound. Plants forgive quicker than pharaohs, no grudges, only regrowth. Your spine crackles, straightening after hours, bent, a chorus of protest. The bucket's contents shimmer deceptive, almost beautiful in their ruin. Burial comes tomorrow, far from the garden, where contagion can't whisper to healthy roots. You douse the torch, embracing full dark. May Ra's enemy find you tastier than my aloe, amen. Night insects swarm the extinguished smoke, opportunists seizing sudden silence. Your sandals crunch homeward, a weary march toward sleep's uncertain asylum. The garden breathes behind you lighter now, relieved of decay's burden. Surgeons understood this mercy, the cut that cures, though their patients rarely thanked them. You rub sap from your eyelids, stinging reminder that survival demands unsentimental hands. No blisters tonight, just clean cuts and cleaner sleep ahead. A gray shape blurs your periphery, still as stone watching from the water jar's edge. Its dagger beak aims at nothing or everything, while frogs croak obliviously nearby. The heron's silhouette mirrors the hieroglyph for patience, sharp and unyielding against moonlit water. Egyptians called them Bennu birds, creators of dawn from chaos, though this one seems more interested in supper. Your sandal shifts. It pivots, one gold-ringed eye locking onto your intrusion. 3 frogs breach the jar's rim, plopping into the shallows. The beak strikes, blur speed skewering 2 at once. Buffet night. I get it, no need to show off. You sink onto the damp bricks, tired, legs grateful for stillness. Its throat bobs, frog legs vanishing, a ruthless efficiency even olden tax collectors envied. Historians still argue whether nobles kept herons as pets or just admired their murderous elegance. Moonlight glints on wet feathers, liquid mercury dripping from wingtips. It spears the last frog, then freezes, as though remembering your presence. Need a drink to wash that down. Borrow my cup, just return it. Eventually, night wind ripples the water, star reflections shattering. The bird bends, sipping with fastidious dips of its beak. You mimic it, scooping a palmful water cool as desert tomb air. Some scrolls claim herons guided lost souls to the underworld. If true, you hope yours wears such silence. Caravaneers whisper about desert mirages, whole armies mirrored upside down in the sand. But this bird's beauty refuses illusion. Your spine protests as you lean back, bricks rough under your palms. It cocks its head, unimpressed, then grooms one wing with surgical precision. 10 months without a bath. Bet you judge me too. Its legs bend, jutting backwards like broken reeds, before unfolding into weaponized grace. Dawn scribes suffered for less beauty, their cramped fingers inking hymns to louder creatures. 1 frog survived, clinging unseen to the jar's inner curve, breath held. The heron paces, circling like a priest, inspecting offerings, its shadow stretching toward your ankles. Mercies overrated go on, live to croak tomorrow. 3 ibises flap overhead, crooked silhouettes against star-smudged sky. Your guardian ignores them, fixated on the jar's dark mouth. A frog ribbit betrays the hider, dumb as a drunken scribe, forgetting his own name. The beak plunges, water-sheeted silver in moonlight, emerging empty. Gods spare me such cowardly prey, can't even die properly. The bird stares at you, or through you, wings rustling like papyrus scrolls unfurling. Its hunger matters more than your jokes, ripples smooth into glass. The frog's gone, the hunt concluded. It stretches, neck elongating, revealing gray-white plumage layered like lotus petals. Nile fishermen once sewed heron feathers into their hats, desperate to steal that stillness. You stand. It startles, wings half spread, then halts. 1 black foot lifts, hooks the jar's rim, balancing as effortlessly as a dancer on temple steps. Don't mind me, just a lesser creature in your divine presence. 3 breaths pass measured by the wind in distant palms. A bat squeaks too high for human ears, but the bird's head snaps toward the sound. Not on the menu, promise. All bats deliver winged curses. Your joke dies in the humid dark. The heron deflates, neck coiling back into stoic angles. Moonlight shifts, water blushing silver purple at the edges. Dawn simmers far beyond the eastern dunes, unseen, but felt in your bones. Slow withdrawal becomes slow flight, feeble wing beats barely raising it above the garden wall. Steal my frogs, desert me typical Nile etiquette. Alone again, with jar water and fading stars, your reflection wobbles, distorted, doubled by the ripples you create. Priests called this hour. The crocodiles yawn dangerous, drowsy, when guardians abandon their posts. The water still minute by slow minute your face, reassembling in the dark mirror. Blink, a fish scales your cheek, then gone trick of tired eyes. Heronless, you're just a sweaty gardener whispering to clay jars. Fine, take the frogs. What's left of my dignity? Who's counting? Crickets resume their dry weather chorus, emboldened by the predator's exit. You scoop another palmful, water warmer now, Earth's heat seeping upward. Some fool scholar wrote that herons bury their dead tiny funerals in marsh reeds, but you've only seen them eat. Sleep tugs your eyelids, welcome thief, as the sky pales from black to bruised purple. 3 breaths, like you promised, heronless vigil complete. The heron leaves you squinting at daybreak, pale peach light smearing the eastern dunes. Your knife waits, still clean, on a reed mat beside the oldest aloe plant. 4th Dynasty grave paintings show similar blades, bronze, slicing aloe for burns during pyramid construction. Experts think workers traded linen bandages for medicinal sap, a pre-tax economy. All right, old warrior, time to donate a limb. You select a plump lower leaf, fat, with stored monsoon dreams, its skin cool despite the climbing heat. Fingertips trace the serrated edge, white spines, catching dawn like tiny spears. Nubian queens once wore aloe thorns as hairpins, one still buried with Meroë's warrior queen, allegedly poisoned. You doubt it, thorns barely pierce skin, unlike your knife. Steel kisses the leaf's base, gentle as a scribe's brush dipping in ink. Pressure builds, fibers resisting, then surrenders with a wet snap. Cleaner than a priest's shaved head good, milky sap beads, instantly bright as liquid moonlight, dripping slower than you'd think. Ancient traders believed this gel could stop arrows from festering, rubbed it on wounds before wrapping mummies. A papyrus scroll claims Cleopatra's aloe farms stretched 60 miles along the Nile. Doubting scribes called it sand fiction. The sap thickens, goldening where air touches it. Don't sulk, you'll regrow by next flood season. Your knife scrapes amber goo into a clay pot, tongue instinctively darting to taste. Bitter, electric, like licking a storm cloud. Egyptians mixed this with honey for cough syrup, drank it before wine feasts to avoid hangovers. A drop escapes, splattering white across your wrist. Wasteful. Some peasant's infection could have used that. Historians still argue whether healers used aloe during battles or just reserved it for nobility. You imagine infantrymen, gut-stabbed, begging for the green blood as sand choked their lungs. The cut leaf lies severed, vulnerable, its inner flesh gleaming under the sun. Relax. I'm not making mummy wrappers from your skin. You prop the wounded plant with a palm rib, staking it snug against the noon winds. 30 leaves remain, none as generous as this donor. One pot filled, barely enough to treat 3 burns, or one sunstruck idiot. Gel seeps over the pot's rim, stubborn, refusing to slide cleanly. Cooperative as a cat at bath time, perfect. Wind flutes through the garden wall, stirring the aloe's uncut leaves. They rasp dry applause for your surgical theft. Harvest hymns exist, probably lost temple chants, praising green generosity under duress. You smear leftover sap on sun-cracked knuckles, sting sharp, then cooling, stolen relief. They'll name no temples for this sacrifice, fair warning. Dust clings to the pot's wet rim, creating muddy constellations you'll scrub later. Burial texts mention aloe orchards in the afterlife, ghosts tending translucent plants for eternity. Skeptics say it's just thirsty scribes fantasizing about shade. The knife rinses clean in yesterday's water. No blood, no protest, just aloe weeping milky surrender. Unlike pharaohs, you understand peaceful taxation. Sun climbs higher, 3 handwidths above the horizon already. Sweat blurs your vision, mixing with sap fumes dizzying. Clay pots crowd your feet, patient disciples, awaiting baptism. You wipe your blade on a linen rag, staining it forever medicinal. Next victim, don't look so smug. Another leaf bends toward the knife, volunteering or trembling. The sap will dry, thicken, become the silence between battlefield screams and fever dreams. You cut. Dew lingering on a thorn catches light, flashes once goes dark. Sun bleaches the soil white, dry riverbeds craze your garden floor like shattered tablet script. You kneel, water jug, heavy memories washing over palms, still tacky with aloe blood. The cracked earth writes its needs in gap-mouthed glyphs, each fracture pleading direction. Experts mapped similar irrigation channels near Kerma, 40 generations of farmers trapping flood fickleness. All right, desert, let's negotiate your ransom. You tilt the jug, water threads silver cutting through dust before vanishing. 5 droplets, 6. The soil inhales instantly, no trace of generosity. Old ledgers speak of Nubian queens melting gold dust into watering pots, their gardens supposedly sponging less liquid. You doubt it. Gold seemed busy being earrings and burial bribes. Fingers hover above a web of cracks, zigzags suggesting latent lightning. That's not thirsty, that's desperate. Another trickle, this time splitting midair, half landing near a thirsty aloe's roots, half swallowed by a hairline crevice. Historians still argue whether desert wells were guarded by priests or just opportunistic pigeons. Your droplet thief boasts no feathers, just greed. A sigh scrapes your throat, drier than the Red Sea road at noon. Shadow naps against the jug, brief as a blink, before the sun bullies clouds away. 2 decades back, a visiting scholar claimed mirages were water ghosts, vengeful spirits evaporated before reaching a pharaoh's table. Nonsense. You've seen enough donkey-brained tourists hallucinate oases to know better. The jug sloshes lighter, half gone already, consuming quicker than a tax collector excellent. You choose a cracked hexagon, pouring slow, watching liquid tunnel straight down. Subsoil swallows your offering, no ceremony, like kings seizing temple wine. Maybe ancient roots linger below, ghost tendrils thirsting across centuries. Burial scrolls mention earth-drinking shades, but scribes worked thirsty too. Wind kicks grit against your ankles, abrasive gossip from dunes. 5 more spills, redirected when cracks yawn sideways. Farmers near the second cataract still chant to moisten river silt. Elders' insisting sound softens dirt. You hum half-heartedly, your tune more drowned cat than sacred hymn. Rejected again, rude. A fat droplet escapes onto flat ground, lingering whole seconds before sinking. Tiny victory. You mark the spot with a pebble future watering's bulls. Kushite maps relied on such stones, white quartz guiding merchants through sand-sea mirages. Some still surface in goat pastures, misleading shepherds toward imaginary pastures. The jug's base scrapes dirt, last ounce draining over a star-shaped crack. Hands wipe grit on linen, fabric sucking moisture from your sweat too. Aloe shadows stretch skinny, gaunt worshippers bowing to solar tyranny. You count relics of wetness, 8 damp stains already fading. Anyone home down there, or just collecting memories? Historians tally royal cisterns, record drought years, praise granite basins. Nobody catalogued how many peasant tears sank here, unmeasured libations to dust. Sun glares, job complete, your jug sits empty as a bureaucrat's promise. 1 bead clings inside the vessel, rolling sluggish when you tilt it defiant. Fine, keep your trophy. Standing reveals leg tremors, knees imprinting the pattern of thirst. You mimic a stork, shaking 1 foot, then the other, restoring circulation with insults. Morning cools forgotten, stones breathe oven heat through sandals. A lizard darts across tomorrow's target, pausing where you spilled most. Its tongue flicks, testing lies, then scurries toward false shade. Critic. Clouds stage no rescue, sky bankrupt of mercy. You've seen paintings where rain gods weep over Nubia, blue tears refilling ponds. Artists clearly vacationed in wetter regions. Shadows shrink, your garden becomes a flat glare, silent and efficient in its stealing. Dust cakes the aloe leaves, thick as mud brick mortar, your rag rough against their hides. Each swipe reveals blue-green flesh underneath, vivid, like peeling years off a tomb painting. Pharaohs insisted such polish for their death masks, linen buffing gold, until priests saw reflections of gods. Your rag snags on a spine, threadbare from scrubbing forgotten windows. The aloes protest silent, but sharp. Defensive little sphinx weren't demoted to garden duty, don't sulk. Grit piles in your palm, gray-brown, crumbling when you squeeze. Some swear desert dust hoards whispers, old curses ground fine by caravan wheels. You flick it, thinking of unread memo tablets, dusts, gossip unlikely to improve your day. Historians still argue whether polish recipes included milk or just water and spite. Your choice, spit, works functional, distinctly unroyal. A breeze scatters your dust heap, flinging it toward the Nile's general direction. Oh, carry my regards to whichever crocodile god swallows that you lean closer, sun baking your neck. One leaf's ridge hides stubborn grime, charcoal smudges from last week's bread, oven smoke. 3 passes, too vigorous. The leaf flinches under pressure. Aloe sunscreen prevented burns for tomb painters. Their shade preferences go unrecorded. You ease up, thinking of sunburned artisans cursing overseers. Ghost solidarity. Did they whine like you, or take it in noble silence? Sweat beads where linen binds your forehead, salt itching the bridge of your nose. Royal death masks demanded linen so fine workers reportedly wove by moonlight to prevent fraying. Ill-advised, moonlight being terrible for detail work, or so says your failed embroidery phase. You wipe your face, transferring charcoal streaks, a living testament to half-efforts. Wind rattles dry husks at the garden's edge, a sound like shaking papyrus scrolls. Some fringe theorists claim desert dust contains pulverized love spells, invasive as sand fleas. You snort, your romantic prospects remain as barren as the sandbank ahead, no spell required. Kneeling again, your shadow drapes the plant, merciful as those Kushite queens who shaded spice merchants for bribes. A thrip beetle marches across your knuckle armored, resigned, carrying no visible messages. Press secretary, or just lost. The rag rasps against aloe skin rhythmic, dry lint sticking to sap weeping from nicks. Death masks needed weekly polishing in vaults. Priests sneezing gold flakes into eternal darkness. You wonder how many died mid-sneeze, smudging eternity with snot. Your own assault, rag versus dust, feels equally epic, equally doomed. Shadows shift, heat simmering up through your sandals. Cleopatra allegedly drank aloe pulp for digestion, her toilet habits scrubbed from official records. You rip your rag on a leaf edge, frayed threads waving like surrender flags. Satisfied, a jug sits nearby, sloshing with tepid water you won't waste for cleaning. Birds squabble in a palm crown, debating your diligence. Polishing mattered, flawless masks, confused grave robbers. They'd mistake reflections for living eyes. Modern thieves prefer crowbars, efficient, no patience for shine-based ambushes. Your aloe gleams patchy, honest, more peasant corpse than monarch's face. Fingers brush a cleaned patch, Cool now, free of grit's gray veil, Lake Nasser swallowed temples where priestesses once polished statues. Those stones never dried properly again. Some divers swear the submerged faces still frown, unpolished, waterlogged resignation, etched underwater. Your plant's no deity, just thirsty, but you granted this small vanity. Dust, motes swirl gnat-sized tornadoes when you shake the rag one last time. Sunset gilds the Nile, water far off glinting, reminder of where your sweat likely ended up. You toss the rag over the wall, retiring it, some Nubian shepherd's problem now. The aloe stands straighter slightly, or the light lies kindly. Either way, you'll count it. The aloe's cleaner leaves fade into shadow, sun slipping toward desert hills, the horizon bruised purple and gold. You squint too late at clouds massing west, their edges sharp as the Meroë pyramid's silhouette. Ancient traders swore these lands birthed mirages, false river bends luring camels into dunes. Your garden needs no illusions. Seedlings huddle low, brave green stubble on cracked earth. Copycats, those don't fool anyone who's paced this dirt longer than 3 seasons. Heat shimmers above the ground, a rippling deceit like olden Nubian trade maps hiding oasis roots. Historians still argue whether the omissions prevented theft or saved rival kingdoms from embarrassment. You kneel, pebbles biting your knees, gauze rolls in your basket gossamer thin as queen's veils. Today's clouds mimic the Amara Mountains, peaks you'd need 4 days to reach by donkey. Flatterers, if only you brought actual rain. Your fingers pinch gauze corners, stretching fabric over bamboo hoops staked around tender shoots. Silk shielded nobles from sun during processions. Commoners used reeds. You compromise with cotton thieves, once bandaged Tiberius legions. Each tent blooms white, pale mimicry of cloud shapes you distrust. Seedlings sigh. Or is that the breeze sneaking under the fabric's hem? Shade tempers the soil's anger. Cracks relax into mere frowns. A drop of sweat escapes your temple plunges and vanishes into dust like messengers dumped in Nile crocodile pits. Some mad scrolls claim phantom oases, appear at twilight their wells choked with sapphires instead of water. You snort. Sapphires can't hydrate parsley or sanity. Wind tugs a tense edge playful, perverse testing your knots. Third dynasty. Storms flattened entire barley fields. Farmers reportedly tied toddlers to stakes as anchors. Grim, but effective. You double knot thinking of your own hypothetical children, luckily non-existent, and untempted by agricultural martyrdom. Light shifts, the false mountains flatten into anvils, their threat still rainless. Your jug's landmark, a shard of blue faience, marks where you buried water yesterday. Evaporation stole 3 fingers' depth overnight, a petty theft even Anubis would scorn. Save your judgments. The seedlings don't need your cynicism. You adjust a drooping bamboo pole, its shadow stabbing the soil like a sundial gone feral. Cleopatra's astronomers plotted harvests by stars, ignoring clouds, entirely arrogance, rewarded with Roman grain fleets. Modern agronomists prefer barometers, still powerless against dust. Your thumbnail traces a seedling's vein, pulse faint green threadbare as old linen. Gauze billows, a miniature sail caught in a sudden gust. Persian envoys described Nubian winds as angry serpents, though they also exaggerated scorpion sizes. You pin the flapping edge with a river stone smoothed by millennia of Nile tantrums, weight dependable as a taxpayer's despair. Shadows stretch your silhouette, now a grotesque puppet on the garden wall. Escaped yarn from your gauze tangles around a thorn, defiant red curl against green and brown. You leave it, an offering to whichever minor god oversees horticultural mishaps. Evenings, first star glints, hard and white as a dentist's light. Priests timed rituals by its rise, never admitting they sometimes confused it with Venus. You count seedlings instead, 19 tents, 34 plants, odds of survival better than gladiators, but worse than tax collectors. The Nile whispers far off, mocking your gauze fortress with its wet certainty. Go flood someone else's delusions. Moths flutter near the tallest tent, drawn by white, bumping fabric like drunk nobles at a banquet. One gets trapped, wings frantic against the ceiling, a reminder that shelter risks becoming prison. You lift a corner, watch it zigzag toward truer darkness, no wiser for the experience. Cool air snakes through your tunic, untrustworthy comfort. Night insects warm up, crickets rasping like scribes sharpening styli on stone. You sip tepid water, metal tang from the jug, iron seeping from soil too tired to resist. False clouds fray into charcoal streaks, their mountain pretense abandoned. Plant tents glow soft in moonlight, pillowed like royal litters, waiting for absent riders. You sweep grit from your souls, finally leaving Nubian kings knew better than to trust a horizon. Gravel crunches underfoot, each step a rebellion against the garden's held breath. Seedlings shiver, or maybe it's just your shadow passing, a larger darkness dismissed come dawn. Your heel freezes mid-crunch. A scorpion's tail arches from under the terracotta pot's rim, pale as old ivory. Egypt's olden queens wore gold scorpion charms, believing they warded off betrayal. This creature needs no gilding to demand respect. The pot digs into your palm, its weight suddenly absurd, like holding a sleeping leopard. Roman soldiers thought crushed scorpion amulets stopped thieves. They added them to money pouches. This one requires livelier tribute. Your throat locks your exhale, trapped warmer than the dusk air deserves. The aloe shivers, or perhaps it's your knees betraying you. Scorpion goddess circuit guarded canopic jars. Her priests memorized venom cures. Seti animal bites killed more farmers than bandits. This intruder lacks divine ambition, just a desert pragmatist seeking shade. Tail sways, not striking testing. Historians still argue whether temple carvings of scorpions honored circuit or warned scribes about papyrus pests. You mimic stone, your sandal sole grinding one last pebble to powder. A moth blunders past, stupid with moonlight, veering toward the pot. The scorpion ignores it, all focus on you. A border dispute written in venom. Your jug stands 3 steps back, water sloshing inside like a taunt. Metal glints on your wrist, a copper bracelet meant to ease joint pain. Quack physicians in Alexandria sold them, claiming scorpion sting resistance, a lie thinner than pharaohs' reed paper. You consider ripping it off, too slow, too loud. Your left sandal edge touches shadow, a coward's retreat. Egyptian, honey hunters, smoked hives calm. You lack smoke or courage. The scorpion advances a claw width, its legs rustling grit like scribes, unrolling a cursed scroll. Heartbeats gallop, Nubian war drum style, an embarrassing soundtrack. Roman generals drank scorpion venom before battles, tiny doses, hoping for invincibility. You'd prefer wine, even the vinegar they passed off as wine. Night insects pause their chorus cut mid-screech, jury at a trial awaiting evidence. Offer silence, the only currency here. The scorpion's pincers brush a pebble, skittering it sideways, a dismissed negotiator. Aloe gel scent thickens sharp, and green panic sweat, or plant's distress signal. Meroë's tailor shops burned aloe rags to repel insects, ineffective, but cheaper than imported cedar. You count 8 breaths, 9 throat burning from unswallowed curses. The tail lowers, retreating beneath the pot, its threat satisfied by stillness. Muscles unlock, your retreat slower than a salt caravan uphill, jug clutched like an infant. The scorpion's armor gleams once more, then merges with terracotta shadows. A truce unsigned, yet honored. Aloe steadies, leaves untrembling now, or mocking your fear. Wind returns, carrying Nile mud, and distant hyena barks, as if nothing happened. You sip water, liquid trembling to match your fingers, a shared tremor with the earth. Torchlight bobs near the garden wall, a guard who missed the drama. Scorpion sting antidotes included onion paste and desperate prayers. You'll stick to onions. Laughter escapes, too shrill, a jackal's hiccup. Your sandal finds the path again, each step lighter, but testing the ground like fresh ice. Your boot toe knocks against something hard, not stone, the hollow clink of baked clay. A terracotta shard juts from the soil, a jagged smile, waiting to slice palm flesh open. You catch yourself before cursing. This garden hears everything. Broken jars deserve as much pity as broken bones. You stoop knees, protesting like unoiled temple gates, and pry the fragment loose. Nile silt cakes its curves, once part of a funeral urn or wine amphora. Who can tell now? Historians still argue whether Nubians reused shards for practicality or sacred ritual. Your fingernail scrapes away dirt, revealing a cobalt glazed stripe, faded but proud. A second shard hides under aloe roots. Your spade uncovers it gently, digging around white tendrils thirsty for air. This one's thicker, a vessel's shoulder etched with ibis wings. Alexandria's museums display whole pots. But this wounded veteran feels more honest, telling stories through cracks. You lay the pieces on your work mat, arranging edges like puzzle corners. Though half this jar sleeps forever underground, Roman traders paid double for Nubian terracotta, believing its red clay held desert ghosts, good luck charms for stormy seas. Gulls probably laughed at their soggy wrecks. Rain last week eroded the soil, exposing this legacy. Your aloe bed built over a potter's trash pile. Or maybe a graveyard, dust to dust, jar shards to jar shards. You pat damp earth, apologizing to any disrupted beetles. Their tunnels collapsed by your clumsy hands. The largest fragment fits your palm, cool despite the morning sun, its rough edge snagging your calluses. Cleopatra drank poppy tea from such cups, or so tourist guides shout, while selling plastic replicas. Real histories, quieter. This clay likely carried olive oil or water for some farmers' thirsty goats. 3 smaller chips glint nearby. You gather them, tinkling like ill-tuned sistrum bells. Desert wind rolls one sideways, a dizzy escapee chasing a dust devil toward the Nile. You let it go, captivity suits, no one, not even broken things. Your aloe plant watches, its oldest leaf nicked from your earlier clumsiness, sap crusting the wound. You press a shard's flat side against the cut, a makeshift splint holding torn flesh together. Pharaohs sealed their mummies with resin. This green-blooded warrior gets terracotta and hope. A groove along one shard's inner curve catches light, fingerprints baked permanent, some potter's grip immortalized. Their thumb pressed here 3,000 moons ago, when pyramids were new gossip. You match your thumb to the mark, smaller, softer, a stranger's handshake across centuries. Egypt's museums display golden death masks, but no one saved this potter's name. Their kiln ash blows between barley fields now, or cakes your left sandal sole. You spit on the shard, rub grit away, revealing more prints, proof someone cared enough to shape clay smooth. Jug in hand, you pour water over the shards, washing away grit, letting the glaze drink its first drop in ages. Meroë's children played potsherd games, scoring lines for hopping patterns. Archaeologists mistook them for tax records. Your palm steadies a wobbling chip, wondering if it ever knew laughter before burial. Sun shifts, heating the clay shards. They click softly, expanding in the light. Your shadow drapes over them, an eclipse for these tiny worlds. One last moment of coolness before the furnace returns. Aloe roots snake around a final fragment. You tease it loose. A tomb robber in reverse, returning stolen treasure to air. This one's unglazed, brittle, probably from a bread oven's floor. Romulus supposedly baked his first bricks from Nubian clay. Historians call bullshit, but tourists lap it up. You dump the shards into a reed basket, their clatter like old friends gossiping. Tomorrow you'll mortar them into the garden wall, a mosaic of accidents before they slice some night guard's foot. Beauty in fractures, yes, but also prudence. Potters knew that best. The smallest chip stays, pocketed your secret against forgetting. Amber will seal its sharp edge, someday, a pendant for when gardens drown in sand again. Aloe sap and clay, dust, coat your fingers brown-green, the exact shade of olden Nubia's flag, if flags existed back then. Work done, you scan the soil. No more hidden blades, just loam and patient roots. A scarab beetle trudges past your toe, dismissing both aloe and ceramics, its own cargo more precious. You envy its focus, single-minded as a potter's wheel, no room for ghosts or what-ifs. Night arrives early here, shadows pooling like spilled ink, basket heavy with broken songs. You hum a market tune, off-key, and don't look back. Kneeling here, your right knee finds a soft patch, too yielding for Nile silt alone. Garden soil betrays its secrets. One handful reveals bone ash, crumbled fine as forgotten hymns. If pyramids mark kings, this unmarked stretch remembers everyone else, farmers who baked bread barely cooled before eaten. The ash clings, gray-white ghosts of hearth fires, each fleck once part of a soldier's last campfire, or a child's measles blanket burned for safety. You rub granules between fingers, gritty, yet they dissolve faster than any dynasty. Kushite rulers lay gold-crusted in Jebel Barkal's tombs. But this is democracy dirt. Merchant and slave share the same gray. Historians still argue whether Nubians burned common dead or just plague victims. Charred remains keep their testimony vague. A wind gust sweeps some ash onto adjacent aloe leaves. You brush it off gently, nodding to the departed. That darker patch near the left cacti. Grab your trowel, it's not fertilizer. Someone tossed wood dross here, mixed with pottery slag. The metal bits glitter in sunlight. A fool's errand. Early excavators drank dust cocktails. For virility, ground tomb powder, stirred with sour wine. Maybe that's why 1905's dig team kept yelling about phantom horses. Your aloe's roots grope deeper, anchoring in particles of Queen Amenishakito's maids, or perhaps her parrot's cremated cage-mate. Animal ash smells sweeter when wet you pour water, and it rises, burnt honey, undertones from millennia-old fig logs. One granule lodges under your nail, your body, absorbing a nameless miller who ground barley while singing. Meroë's royals packed pyramids till they resembled hedgehogs. But this plot holds pauper smoke. Kneel, press palms flat, the temperature shifts, warmer patches where kilns blazed 12 generations back. 7 seconds, your skin brands like bread on a peel black dust, rising as warning. Cursive scratches at 3 inches down, your brush reveals not hieratic script, but rake marks, some undertaker's hasty work, hiding a child's urn while dogs barked warnings. The shards you felt earlier now make sense. This was a cemetery for misfit burials. That chip with ibis wings, likely smashed during moonlit rites. Priests loathed pretty containers distracting mourners. No plaques, no epitaphs, just aloe stems standing sentry where steel should rise. You half expect roots to form bone shapes underground, femurs of bakers, embracing ribcages of ore makers. A scarab beetle snuffles through the ashy layer, iridescent shell mocking death's drab palette. When it flies off, it carries someone's toe ash, unpaid ferryman to the afterlife. Twilight purples the soil, making ash look like amethyst crumbs. You'll stake the aloe higher, so its roots stop mining graves, but not tonight. Royalty kept ancestor busts in alcoves. You've got better, a whole democracy beneath your fingernails. Watering can trembles, you pour slow, avoiding mudslides of memory. The damp ash darkens, revealing where rain pooled long back, a puddle drunk by cats and conspirators alike. 18 drops hit a particularly stubborn crust. It surrenders, exposing blue faience beads, funeral gifts, overlooked by thieves. Tomorrow you'll transplant atop this ash, but tonight, just breathing seems agreement enough. Dust coats your upper lip, salt and carbon undertones, history's oldest seasoning. A final pat, burying beads deeper. Let sleepers keep their trinkets. Standing proves hard knees, imprinted with soil's mosaic. One scale-like pattern, where a fish gutter's remains compacted tight. Your shadow stretches east, pointing toward Meroë, a kingdom reduced to tourist photos and stubborn dust. When wind gusts, you don't cough. It's just pharaohs sighing at your muddy hem. No marker, no epitaph. Yet you mouth words anyway. Rest, noisy, rest quiet. Worms won't judge your resume. Aloe benefits either way. Black soil clumps under nails. You scrape it clean, half expecting ruby dust or myrrh crumbs. Just more anonymous gray, democratic, humbling, harsh. The last light gilds the ash patch, turning it into fool's gold pyrites for paupers. You pocket one pebble weightless, but loaded history's feather. Crickets start their shift, songs syncopated, unbeholden to buried choirmasters. Knees ache right where patella kissed potter's remains, a conversation recorded only in bruise form. Lower, the basket trowel rests inside, blade already freckled with ancestry. You'll walk back slower. Ash has a way of waiting steps, even unseen. Gate hinges scream, awakening no one. Overhead, stars smudge like cremation, pyres long cooled. A final glance back, aloe leaves salute, outlining themselves against the moon-washed soil, their roots drinking equality. The sun hangs straight up, a white coin burning through reed mat shades. Your trowel scrapes against terracotta, too high-pitched. You prefer the shovel's deeper growl. Sweat maps your spine, even stooping under palms. No real escape from noon's glare. That whistling sharp as a kingfisher's shriek slices through the garden wall. Ship masts bob on the Nile, barges packed with linen bales, sails patched brown like beggars' knees. The lead boat singer belts a work chant, bad rhythm, offbeat as a drunken carpenter. Siphon a cruise once raced crocodiles upstream, tossing rotten dates to distract beasts. Historians still argue whether they used aloe sap to waterproof hulls. You plunge your shovel deep, forcing iron into compacted silt. Each thrust answers the singer's wavering falsetto. S-H-H-H-H-N-K. Clank, clank, a percussion section for the annoyed. Modern traders swear they're descendants of Queen Ameneter's spice fleet. Truth is their great-granddads probably sold counterfeit ibis mummies to French tourists. A bead of sweat drops into the pot, shimmering on young aloe roots, extra hydration they didn't request. The singer crescendos, now warbling about lotus wine and lost sandals. Nubian deckhands once hammered rhythms onto cargo crates, believing certain beats scared off Sobek's river demons. You mimic them, tapping your spade, 3 quick strikes, an ancient shut-up code. Clay crumbles, each clod a tiny landslide, unburying pink shards. Another thrift shop amphora likely held Greek olive oil repurposed for date rotgut. Surprise, it's inscribed crude hieroglyphs declaring Nak's beer touch equals curse. Everyone ignored warnings. Clay dust coats your fingertips. Same grit Nak's drinkers coughed up millennia back. The boat's song veers into camel mating calls. Deliberate, they've seen you wincing. You retaliate, dragging the shovel sideways. A metallic screech curdling milk, 50 yards off. A deckhand cups his ears. The singer falters, brief victory. This is how wars started between dock towns. Petty acoustics, masking trade disputes. You eyeball rhizomes, tangles like scribble, separate, without snapping. Roots remember drought. They cling paranoid survivors of 3 forgotten famines. Boatmen tycoons hoarded grain during those shortages, selling cups of wheat for silver bracelets. Historians found their tombs stuffed with emaciated servant figurines. A torn fishing net snags your wrist, river trash blown uphill. Soggy flax threads, still reeking of catfish guts, drip onto your repotting pile. Perfect. Now your seedlings smell like a dockside tavern's floor. You fling the net toward the wall. It drapes, ghostly, over a hibiscus, scaring bees into kamikaze loops. 12 pots wait, army of thirsty ceramics, their glazes dull under dust. You position them, drip trays aligned, squint testing symmetry. Merchant boats adored symmetry, painted eyes on hulls, identical and unblinking. Old scrolls claim mismatched eyes invited hippo attacks, though no sailor's diary confirms this. The singer, persistent, slurs into love ballad territory. His high notes murder any hope of calm. No wonder Cleopatra took yearly Nile vacations, necessary escapes from tone-deaf vendors. You dig harder, burying noise under labor. Shovel biting earth like it owes money. Roots coil pale as dried squid against the new pot's curve. You pat soil, gentle, like hushing a feverish child. Even pharaohs couldn't rush aloe growth, despite legends of magic sand mixtures. Reality was simpler. Slaves whispering encouragement, nightly urine offerings, prayers to green-skirted goddesses. Sun glares hotter, deckhands start a conga line, sloppy spilling wineskins. One trips sprawls, gets applauded. Work breaks became Meroë's unofficial theater. Your garden seats, prime views of pratfalls. Historians still argue whether those dances were ritual or just heat-stroke pantomimes. The boat drifts, song fading, oars fighting currents grown bored with human noise. You sprinkle soil over exposed roots, camouflage for their nakedness. Spines glint tiny warnings. Even at noon, Aloe remembers its desert ancestors. Silence returns bruised but salvageable. Your shovel rests, propped like a retired soldier, blade nicked but unbent. 20 pots stand guard now, each holding stolen riverbank dirt and future medicine. Barge wakes lap the shore, liquid applause for an encore nobody gave. You wipe sweat, salt stinging split knuckles, taste your own labor. Noon's cruelty relents. Shade stretches, generous, forgiving missed notes and clumsy roots alike. Your fingers trace leaf edges, checking for stress tears from the singing. Only smooth resilience underneath. Boatmen's forgotten sandals sink in Nile mud. Your pots rise phoenixes of clay and chlorophyll. Shadows deepen, blue tinting white clay. You pour one last libation. Water swirls, clearing dust, revealing soil's true face. The river still hums, but softer now, an apology hummed through reeds. Elbow grease tomorrow today, just satisfied stillness. Aloe stands taller, unbothered by bad music, nurtured by stubbornness, louder than any human voice. Cicadas crescendo, timed perfectly, nature's encore over the river's exit. Your calloused palms brush against leaves, a whisper rivaling hymns, your own small song against empires of noise. Cool mud grips your fingers, one final repotting task, its ooze reaching between knuckles. You press clay against the root ball, the plants, goodbye hug earth squeezing back. Nile silt holds history, 3,000 years of farmers, thumbprints dissolved into this slurry. Tonight's bath will erase your mark, but for now, your whorls press into the mixture like temple scribes sealing tax records. A drip slides down your forearm, expecting sweat, but it's mud. Darker than the rest, flecked with fool's gold, Roman dredgers churned it up centuries back. Legionaries hated this stretch of river, their sandals suctioned ankle deep, letters home complaining of cursed black glue. Funny, those very boots stomped papyrus contracts signed with fingerprint smears, earliest biometric signatures. The pot rim bites your palm, uneven firing left a jagged edge. Hematite in the clay, local kilns favored it, said to ward off pottery gremlins. Your blood beads were skin snags, blending with mud, rust-colored archaeology in real time. Some paranoid scholar will debate this stain's meaning in AD 4023, guessing ritual bloodletting, not clumsy gardening. You smear mud over the cut, cool relief, gritty as pharaohs embalming salt. Cleopatra's cosmetic blends used similar silt mask for spider vein concealment. No papyrus confirms it, just a Memphis spa fresco showing attendants with mud-caked arms. Historians still argue if those were beauty treatments or bricklayers on break. Rain threatens, smelling of lightning and wet donkey, but holds. This humidity doubles the mud's cling. Your knuckle lines fill with it, ridge patterns saved, temporary cuneiform. They propose Akhenaten's fingerprint survives on a sunbrick, a conspiracy theory with cultish fans. Truth is royals never touched unfired materials, too busy being divine. Aloe spines catch droplets, tiny mud pearls dangling, soon washed away. You scrape a thumbprint onto the pot, a joke signature property of Nakat's second cousin, the real Nakat, that beer-hoarding artisan signed work with a thumb dab beside his cartouche. Fakes flooded markets posthumously, amateurs forgetting he'd lost his right index finger to a chisel. Mud cracks as it dries, fissures racing across your skin, miniature Nile deltas. Childhood games surface, pressing hands into riverbanks, waiting for perfect casts. They never lasted tide, or jealous siblings smooshed them. Royal archives stored thumbprint-sealed scrolls, paternity suits mainly dusty ledgers of grain disputes and adultery confessions. A heron glides low, reflected in your water bucket, its shadow wiping the garden clean. You dip hands, murky swirls erase your forensic trail. Pro tip: Nile mud's great for acne, terrible for crime scenes. Thieves knew this, rubbing palms raw after pilfering tomb offerings. All ridges blurred under scabs, wrinkles emerge, clean skin underneath, pale as new parchment. Those cracks on your knuckles, pure 2024 Sahara dryness, not the aesthetic aged papyrus look influencers chase. You drip aloe sap on them, sting, and relief dual better than olive oil-soaked linen wraps from the old elegance guides. Through the mud, your wedding ring gleams, temporary artifact. Metal stays pristine, while flesh bears stains. Opposite of archaeology, gold rots fastest in tombs. Fine linen outlasts sarcophagi. Museums stash drawer 37 untarnished baubles, all confirmed Victorian fakes. Real pharaoh jewelry looked like corroded washers. Mud under nails, thick as bitumen, requires a reed splinter to excavate. Same dark gunk caulked Khufu's solar barge, the one buried beside his pyramid. Workers probably griped about nail hygiene while slapping tar between planks. Human nature transcends eras. Later, their wage slips bore dirty thumbprints, early biometrics, ensuring no pay for slackers. Footprints trail toward your tools, archival proof you walked here. Scoop them up with the shovel, erasing steps before rain preserves them. Paranoid, maybe. But Queen Teh's guards raised whole palace gardens after a lover's bootprint betrayed secret visits. Historians still argue whether footprints counted as admissible court evidence. Lightning finally ribbons the sky. You cover fresh pots with reed mats. Rain hits, first drops licking mud from your wrists, nippy as crocodile tears. Downpour accelerates the erasure, black rivulets carrying your skin cells toward the Nile. There, by the path, a perfect palm print survives under a leaf. You flick the leaf away, letting rain smudge the ridges to nothing. Better that way. Let future diggers wonder if this garden was tended by humans or very meticulous baboons. Cleanish now, mostly. Your skin tingles like memory itself. Aloe trembles under rain, happy roots already forgetting the mud that birthed them. Buckets overflow, sloshing a chaotic rhythm, a drunken boat song in liquid form. The real boats are docked, captains wisely avoiding this squall. You stand in it, letting water purge the last grit from your cuticles. A free spa day courtesy of Sobix, cousin the storm god. One patch remains behind your ear, untouched by rain or rag. You leave it, deliberate, a tiny time capsule of this afternoon's labor. Tomorrow's bath will exile it down the drain, joining pharaohs' bathwater in the aquifer's silent archives. Dry clothes wait stiff with sun-baked clay dust. You peel off the muddy tunic, fabric stiff as mummy bandages, toss it toward the laundry pile. It lands, a final handprint, fading on the wall, shadow puppet, waving goodbye. Night oils wait myrrh and juniper to salve your scrubbed skin. Aloe's cousins, these scents, ancient attendants to human vanity. Your fingers glide smooth now, all evidence submerged, ready again to leave tomorrow's marks. The storm passes, moonlit puddles glow like scattered scarabs. You press a thumb against damp stone, just once, watching the print evaporate in seconds. Nile mud never lies, but it never remembers either. You knowing this plant, tomorrow's aloe pup anyway, another temporary signature in Earth's endless ledger. Your neck cricks upward, black scribbles against white heat. Those vultures riding thermals like landlords, surveying renters. Focus lower your aloe patch, count those stubborn buds, pushing through gritty soil. 23 survivors. No, 24. That hidden pup finally unfurling. Each one wears tiny armor, nature's own scale mail, duller than Assyrian battle plating, but just as functional. A shadow skims the garden wall, close enough to hear wings rasp like papyrus being torn. You toss a pebble toward it, ritual, not threat. Vultures ignore projectiles. They've eaten stones from Pharaoh's gut after lion maulings. Mainstream historians confirm temple priests kept them as divine recyclers. Eating royal corpses spared gravediggers the hepatitis risk. Sun glares off your watering, can spout a cheap beacon. You angle it downward, avoiding aerial attention. The dominant bird banks sharply, missing a thermal, flapping twice to correct. Amateur hour. The juveniles always forget how updrafts cling near limestone walls. Heat shimmers twist the horizon, your eyes play tricks. Is that a vulture or a drifting palm frond? You blink grit away, counting buds again. 24, same as sunrise count. Their slow pulse beneath gel-filled skin, each a self-contained reservoir, mocks the empty water jar beside you. Sand crunches underfoot, loud as celts, ransacking Delphi's treasury. Should have oiled the hinges on that garden gate. A feathered scout lands on the perimeter wall, head cocked, judging your horticultural skills. Historians still argue whether sacred gardens in Memphis kept captive vultures for waste disposal, Or if they freelanced, like modern trash pandas, you drip water around the largest bud, avoiding its base. Parched soil gulps it down like a drunk with cheap beer. The aloe's color deepens, embarrassed green, a blush at such extravagance. Geography lesson. These plants trekked here via donkey caravans, their roots wrapped in rags soaked with Nile water and camel sweat. A feather drifts down, striped brown and cream, landing in your potting mix. Quirky fact, old Nubian brewers stirred beer with vulture feathers, believing it added sky potency to the fermentation. You pocket the plume, maybe dabble in homebrew later, though garage mead lacks the zing of hallucinogenic desert figs. The alpha bird swoops lower, its shadow stretching to touch your ankle, an unwanted intimacy. 2nd century docks detail vultures gorging on plague victims, then scribes looting corpses. Once the birds flew off, you shoo it, a wrist flick motion used for flies at banquet leftovers. It yawns, unimpressed. 24 buds, yes, but one's lopsided, a runt bullied by its siblings. You cradle it, thumb stroking the malformed tip, wondering if Hatshepsut's gardeners coddled blemished seedlings too. Political horticulture, only perfect specimens gifted to Persian ambassadors, crooked ones fed to palace pigs. A carcass must lie somewhere beyond the wall roadkill, or feral cat drawing this committee of scavengers. You smirk, counting birds, instead now 11, too few for a royal funeral, too many for a cat. Some fringe theorists claim vultures predict sandstorms by flying backwards. A myth you wish were true, useful forecast tool. Wind gusts, your hat somersaults toward the aloe beds. A vulture dives for it, then veers off, disgusted by polyester. Traditional headgear, straw and ibis down, would have earned respect. Cheap Amazon fashion gets no love from the avian elite. Your water jar's empty. The metal groans when you shake it, sound haunting as a widow's wail. Desert parenting rule, hydrate kids and plants before noon, or they bake into jerky. The aloe doesn't beg too proud, but its leaves curl tighter than miser's fists. Vulture number 5 defecates mid-flight chalky splatter across a terracotta pot. Acidic stuff, apparently removed marble stains from Augustus summer villas. Scrub it quick, your rag grinding grit into the clay. Future archaeologists will call it ritual scoring. A bead of sweat rolls off your nose, hits a bud, sliding down its waxy slope. Personal rain, unimpressive, but the plant drinks it anyway. Resourcefulness lesson. Pharaohs' soldiers sucked dew from saddlecloths during Libyan campaigns. Luxury compared to thirst-gnawed legionaries stranded near Thebes. The flock spirals higher, migrating toward richer rot, leaving you with silence and stubborn plants. You trace a bud's spine, safe from beaks now sharp as scribes' reed pens that recorded crop yields and mistresses' names with equal diligence. Turf war erupts between ants and a beetle over the dropped feather. Micro versus micro conflict. You mediate by flicking both parties into the compost heap. Pharaonic diplomacy At its finest, exile, the troublemakers. Historians still argue if Nubian queens used exile or antpit executions for tax. Evaders the records are conveniently faded. Shade finally reaches the aloe bed, cooling your neck. A vulture feathers breadth of relief. Your tally remains 24, no losses, no miracles. Survival's small triumph, toothy grin at the indifferent sky. The birds reduced to specks now, lazy commas in a sun-bleached sentence. Shadows lengthen across the garden, lean thief silhouettes, reaching for your prized aloe vera. You pivot, knocking a pot with your heel. Its scrape echoes like a burglar, tripping over Athenian marble floors. These aren't ordinary shade patches. They're light-famished scavengers, opportunists thriving at day's end. Mainstream sources document how old kingdom gardeners planted thorn hedges against human thieves. But what defends against dusk itself? Evening air thickens, clinging to your forearms like sweaty linen bandages. You crouch, dragging the largest aloe backward, its roots whispering protests through drainage holes. The terracotta leaves a snail trail in the dust, a temporary roadmap for tomorrow's ants. Some fringe scholars believe shadows could steal plant vitality after sundown, a theory you have respect while wrestling this stubborn planter. A gecko darts from under a pot, spooked by your moving efforts. You mutter apologies, rehoming its hiding spot atop a stack of limestone chunks. Historians still argue if Thebes' temple gardens employed night guards or trusted jackals to scare off pilferers. Your current security system involves rearranging ceramics like a drunk chess player, strategic, if not graceful. Your fingers brush cold soil, unearthing a scarab beetle pendant, green glaze worn smooth by decades of irrigation runoff. Real ones were currency, once tiny jade mortgages paid to onion farmers. This one's a tourist replica, probably dropped by that Belgian botanist who overwatered the papyrus last monsoon season. You pocket it, ironic trophy against intangible looters. Moonlight bleeds mercury silver onto the path, transforming your shuffling pots into a slow-motion ballet. Heavy ones go center stage, surrounded by smaller recruits, a ceramic fortress vulnerable only to earthquakes or bad decisions. 12 moves completed, your biceps humming hymns of protest, modern ease sacrificed for old-school vigilance. Crickets crescendo their nightly opera, nature's white noise, masking the scrape of terracotta bases. One pot wobbles defiant before settling into its new post. This aloe's been with you longest, a survivor of aphids, and your ex's neglect it deserves the fortress heart position. You pat its spines, promising extra worm castings tomorrow. Bribery works on plants better than people. A breeze riffles through palm fronds overhead, casting dancing shadow hands across your defenses. You swat at them futile before resorting to repositioning a segmented cactus as a bouncer. Its needles glint, tiny bayonets warning shadows to stay back. Military historians Note similar spiked barriers, protected Persian pleasure gardens, though theirs stopped charging boars, not creeping darkness. Your water jug sweats condensation, the last dregs tepid as pharaoh's bathwater. You drizzle it over your knuckles, washing dust into the soil, a miniature mud offering. This patch of earth once grew barley for workers' beer rations, their clay paystubs found 3 meters down during digging. Thirst connects eras you, a Nubian brewer, Tut's overworked stonemason, all craving liquid relief. Frogs begin their croak gossip in the irrigation ditch, their debate drowning out distant traffic hum. You counter shadow stretch by leaning over your aloe citadel, blocking moonlight like a human eclipse. The plants won't thank you. Photosynthesis ended hours ago, but the gesture feels noble. Medieval Arab botanists swore nightshade plants gossiped after dark. A myth almost believable, with these chatty amphibians backing the soundtrack. Mosquitoes arrive, the true bandits of dusk, drilling toward your ankles with assault precision. You light citronella, coils their smoke spirals, copying the vulture's earlier flight paths. One pot's shadow stretches weirdly long, a finger pointing toward your storage shed. You rotate it firmly west-facing, correcting its accusatory posture. Gardens have silent dramas, petty grudges between rosemary and mint, territorial disputes, solved only by shears. Stars emerge pinholes in a cosmic bead curtain. You count 7 visible above the garden light pollution, stealing the fainter siblings. The largest aloe bud seems to tilt upward, drinking starlight when no one watches. Modern astronomy confirms certain wavelengths boost plant growth, though Cleopatra's gardeners relied on moonlight incantations instead of lab data. Your back protests, straightening with crackle pop acoustics, a reminder that gardening requires more yoga. You stretch arms skyward, casting your own shadow across the wall, a brief giantess overseeing her domain. Shadows blur into a pooled darkness now, their thieving urges nullified by pot placement. Victory tastes like sweat and citronella, with top notes of impending muscle soreness. The last chore sprinkling crushed eggshells around the pots, gritty halos against slug invasions. Your grandmother's trick cheaper than Roman snail-proof copper strips, though less glamorous. Archaeology proves ancient Greeks used sheep's wool barriers, itchy deterrents for vineyard pests. A solution involving more herding than you'd prefer tonight. A nightjar's churring song erupts from the fig tree, nature's all-clear siren. You lean against the cool garden wall, rough stone snagging your shirt, surveying the realigned green platoon. No shadow dares touch them now, their positions, a tactical masterpiece. Tomorrow's dawn will judge your barracks, but for tonight, the thieves retreat empty-clawed. Water trickles into the drainage holes, a whispering psalm for roots too tired to drink. Your eyelids droop, each blink stretching longer than a Nubian drought. Sleep pulls at your back muscles, insistent as those Belgian botanists' questions about hybrid cultivars. But there, By the west wall, one aloe leaf lists sideways, unsupported since yesterday's storm. Staking feels impossible, like rebuilding Memphis after Persian sackings. Yet you shuffle toward the bamboo stakes anyway. Encyclopedias document Roman gardens employing night watchmen. But tonight, you're both guard and trespasser in dreamland. The soil accepts the stake, pungent loam, releasing trapped sun heat into your palms. You fumble a palm fiber tie, knotting it loose enough for growth, tight enough for dignity. Some fringe herbalists claim plants sigh when staked at midnight, half relief, half protest. You press an ear to the leaf, hearing only your own pulse, mimicking the Nile's offbeat rhythm. Historians still argue if Alexandrian botanists used catgut strings or preferred woven flax for vine supports. Your choice unraveling would require scissors, not toothy intervention. Tomorrow's problem. Your knuckles graze wet clay, cool and slick as a crocodile's flank. The water jug's final drops patter the pot, each bubble popping like an upside-down star. Pharaohs' physicians prescribed aloe-infused wine for insomnia, though records omit if it worked better than counting ibises. Your current remedy involves splashing face water, a slapdash baptism against sleep's undertow. Coolness sharpens the world for 9 whole breaths, long enough to spot another wobbling frond dam. Moonlight silver gilds the path, turning your stumbling into a drunkard's waltz. You knee crawl toward the offender, pebbles imprinting your skin like cuneiform punishment tablets. This plant's roots escaped confinement months ago, pioneering through cracks in its pot. A green anarchist rejecting ceramic rule. You whisper apologies, stuffing vagrant tendrils back underground, a gardener's version of tucking in rebellious children. Workers laid the Ptolemaic palace gardens over swampy ground, their stone sleepers sinking yearly tenacious as this root ball. Crickets pause mid-chorus, your shuffling disrupting their symphony. Silence hangs uncertain until a nightjar answers with its spinning wheel trill. You count 7 spins, matching the number of stakes left in your basket, auspicious or desperate. Sand collects beneath your nails, gritty as bread rations, eaten too close to the worksite. Meroë's brickmakers mixed barley husks into clay unplanned protein in every oven-fired block. Your own recipe involves more sweat than skill, binding earth to root to will. The final stake pierces dirt, your thumb jamming it deeper than necessary, fatigue breeding force. Palm fiber rasps against spine-edged leaves, a sound like unspooling mummy bandages. You cinch the knot, half-hitch learned from a Cypriot sailor years ago, his hands stained walnut brown from rigging ropes. Museum placards claim Egyptian gardens favored lotus ponds, but your aching knees swear wheat and aloe ruled the common plots. Dirt stripes your shins, mud hieroglyphs no scribe would translate. Wind riffles through date palms, their fronds clicking like Senate pawns slid across a board. You slump against the garden wall, rough limestone snagging your hair, a petty wakefulness tax. Shadows pool around your ankles, liquid and patient, knowing they'll claim you soon enough. The air smells of wet clay and musk, linen left too long in a sealed tomb. Those obsessive Victorian collectors boiled mummy wrappings for paper pulp, a fact you'd kill to forget at 3 a.m. Archaeology can be gauche, unlike aloe, which tolerates without judgment. Your water jug lies empty upturned, resembling those upside-down amphorae, marking Theban vineyard boundaries. Thirst scratches your throat, ironic punishment for overwatering all evening. A drowsy calculation begins, 7 steps to the well, 43 back, arithmetic for the doomed. You lick dew off an aloe leaf, bitter green alertness, emergency ration, imagined by forgotten desert scouts. Modern agronomists confirm its hydrating properties, but Berber herders knew it first, spitting seeds into caravan trails. The staked plant stands straighter now, a soldier dismissed from formation, discomfort masked by duty. You pat its pot, the terracotta radiating stored warmth like a banked hearth. Sleep tugs harder, necromancer pulling your bones toward the reed mat by the storeroom. One hand grips the wall, fingertips finding eroded mortar, chalky resistance against surrender. Napoleon's troops stole Rosetta Stone loot under similar moonlight, a fact irrelevant yet persistent. Brain's last stand against nothingness. Frogs resume their gossip in the irrigation ditch, urgent updates on mosquito hatchings. Your knees crack upright, each movement syrup sluggish, a marionette tangled in its own strings. 2 pots need rotating, shade patterns shifting since sunset. But dawn's a better executioner. You grant mercy, staggering toward your sleeping mat. Vision smearing palm, shadows into black Nile tributaries. Traditional reed beds, hosted fleas. Yours boasts memory foam, scavenged from a tourist barge luxury. The old gardeners would mock. The trickling water psalm fades, drowned by your own heartbeat in your ears. You collapse onto the mat, grit grinding between teeth, a second sand dinner. Night air drapes over you, damp shroud with no promises. Historians still argue whether Memphis's sacred groves had roofed dormitories, or if priests just passed out between tamarisk roots. Your own accommodations lack Hecka charms, just moth-eaten wool blankets and regret. Sleep swirls up hot and thick as bitumen from the Dead Sea. You surface once, hearing scuffling near the aloe gecko or guilty fantasy. The staked plant remains, silhouette sharp against star-blurred sky vindication, fading into dreamless dark. The aloe's shadow stretches toward your mat, black fingers brushing your ankle as night deepens. You trace its outline, counting spines like beads on a forgotten king's necklace. Ateliers supplied Cleopatra with green salves, they claim, but no scribe cataloged the gardener's names. Your finger writes in dust, Cleopatra too sing song for humid midnight air. Historians still argue whether her famed aloe terraces faced east for dawn prayers, or merely angled away from camel stink. A moth taps the clay pot, drumming secrets older than Rome's first import ledgers. You dim your lamp. Each spine casts long warped teeth across the ground, scaring no one but scorpions. Folio makers once pulped mummy bandages into paper shredding prayers for shopping lists. Your garden lacks proper ghosts, only leaf rustle, and that persistent gecko who judges your pruning. You pour water at the plant's base, watching dirt turn Nile dark, gulping as greedily as a merchant's mule. The records describe foot soldiers deserting Antony's ranks, but never the slaves who hauled water jugs uphill. Your own calluses whisper against the pot's rim, echoing blisters lost beneath desert sands. Rosetta Stone cartouches cram pharaohs' names, yet misspelled the word for aloe twice, if grapevine scholars translate right. Moonlight etches silver veins in the leaves, nature's map of roots no trader walked. You snap a spent bloom stem, sap bitter, on your tongue emergency ration for nomads who carried infant plants in hollowed gourds. Dig teams found 29 such gourds near Meroë, intact, the aloe dust inside still holding green memory. You wonder who cradled them, jostled on donkey back, humming lullabies to vegetative cargo. A thorn snags your thumb, drawing a bead of blood that swells like a garnet in torchlight. Queen's powdered rubies into wound salves. You press the leaf's gel to your skin, cheaper magic. Archaeologists found trace aloes in Nefertiti's cosmetic jars, but debated if it cured wrinkles or just justified lazy weekends. Wind lifts your whisper, Cleopatra testing vowels against fourth-hour silence. The plant stays mute, its lineage buried deeper than Alexandrian harbor chains. Fringe theorists claim the Ptolemies coded crop yields into temple star charts, but you know drought needs no cipher. Your breath fogs on the clay pot, another temporary signature erased by heat. You count concentric rings in the aloe's core, 7 years of lean rains made flesh. Roman tax scrolls logged every amphora shipped from Alexandria, but never tallied roots split between sisters planting side by side. The edge of your fingernail catches on a ridge, history written in cellulose, erasures impossible. The horizon pales, torch glow, fading into dawn's indifference. Your dust-written name already scatters, wind-borne as pollen from gladiolus planted too close. Street sweepers cleared parade routes for pharaohs. Your broom waits by the gate, unimpressed by dying syllables. Night insects retreat their drone, replaced by distant hammering from docks where no aloe arrives today. You touch the plant's center, where new leaves curl like infants' fists, poised to outlast all spoken words. Wind gusts, stealing the last half-sound patra, leaving your lips parted around empty air. Torchlight paints the aloe's spines blood orange, each shadow a drunken temple girl swaying against cracked clay pots. You lift the flame higher, watching silhouettes scatter like looters fleeing dawn's approach. Egyptians soaked reeds in animal fat for torches, efficient if you ignore the stench of burning hooves. Your own torch spits embers. One lands on a leaf, sizzling out fast as a heretic's courage. Fringe theorists swear night gardeners predicted harvests by how torch shadows fell on palace walls, a system lost when Rome standardized sundials. You angle the light, casting pyramids across the soil, too perfect to trust. 3 pots stand crooked, their tilt defying your afternoon adjustments. You nudge them straight, the scrape of clay against grit louder than a priest's gilded fingernail on a votive bowl. Historians still argue whether royal gardens followed celestial patterns or just obeyed the whim of whoever brought the most wine. Your heel grinds a stray ember into dust, blackening your soul like a scribe's fingertip stained from endless tax records. That persistent gecko clucks from behind a water jar, disapproving, as if it remembers Senenmut's exact landscape designs for Hatshepsut's terraces. Moonlight bleeds into the eastern sky, diluting your torch's authority. You crouch to inspect a young plant's underside, its pale belly vulnerable as a rolled papyrus, abandoned mid-sentence. Caravans wrapped aloe roots in linen strips, same width as bandages. Because why waste good cloth on dirt? Your thumb brushes a soft spot near the stem base rot. You exhale slow as a mummy's last unwrapping. Without flinching, as the Alexandrian surgeons taught before their scrolls burned, you slice the rot away. The cut sap smells of bitter almonds and rain that never came. Embers gutter, their light now outshone by Venus, hanging low like a dropped earring. You rise, joints cracking like old papyrus, and survey your shadow army retreating across the garden. Night's heat still clings, thick as unguent on a noblewoman's neck. But dawn's first breeze stirs the aloe tips. Workers' tombs near Giza show wall paintings of gardens, yet omit the blisters, the thorns, the sweat, salt-crusting linen. Your palm finds a fresh scab, raised a souvenir from repotting yesterday's rescued runt. A bat dives silent over your head, snatching moths drawn by dying torch glow. You count the remaining buds, 23, the stubborn ones who ignored this week's heatstroke sun. Some claim Hathor's priestesses slipped aloe into temple beer for clarity of vision, or just better hangovers. You snuff your torch in the sand bucket, hiss and smoke, the end of every Egyptian parable. A last shadow clings to your heel, then dissolves like ink in water, taking your guilt for neglected plants with it. Wind delivers the distant creak of well buckets, dawn's orchestra warming up. You rub gel from a torn leaf edge onto your scorched palm, coolness spreading faster than rumors in a Memphis market. Absently, you count terracotta shards mixed in the soil, 37 each, a broken jar's epitaph. The gecko emerges, side-eyeing your work, before darting after a beetle too slow for the new light. You leave the broom by the gate, its bristles limp as tired scribes' brushes. Embers fade, your guilt fades. Work is done. The last ember winks out, its smoke curling like a question mark above the sand bucket. You let your shoulders soften watching Venus fade into day blue, a jewel returned to its velvet case. Dawn pulls her first thread of light across the garden path, gilding dew on aloe leaves, 37 droplets cradled in stillness. Your hands rest palms up on your knees, accepting the coolness rising from the soil. That stubborn gecko watches from a jar's shadow, its belly pulsing slow as a water clock's final measure. Breezes comb through the taller plants now, each rustle softer than papyrus sliding under a drowsy scribe's hand. You trace a fingertip along your fresh scabbed palm, the sting dulled, the skin already remembering how to mend. Sand grit clings to your soles, ground finer than flour stored in those broken jars. Beneath the workbench, quiet settles, as deep as temple cellars, where wine jugs slumber, dreaming of grapes that will not grow for lifetimes yet. All guilt has bled away, a stain rinsed clean by night's patient work. Even the air feels lighter, no longer thick with heat, but buoyant as linen hung to dry in dawn's first breath. Your eyelids grow heavy, twinned petals closing against the strengthening sun. The broom slumps by the gate, its duty done. Clay pots stand mute and upright guardians of tomorrow's green miracles. Stillness breathes through the aloe spines, whispering without words, without demands, without time. Your muscles unwind, one by one ropes uncoiling from a ship long docked. Thoughts drift like those moths freed when torchlight surrendered. You exhale silt, dust memory. Dawn keeps her promises softly, softly. All is tended. All is still. Let rest come now, as gentle as sand, covering footprints at the garden wall, as certain as roots drinking in the dark. Nothing remains but this breath, this quiet, this good night.